real people.
Good evening. I'd like to call our meeting to order. We will first begin with a pledge of allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, justice for all. Okay, we'll begin with solicitor announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board did meet in executive session prior to the beginning of this evening's hearings to discuss questions of law related to this evening's applications. We do have our first announcement. We do have a continuance this evening. If anybody is here for application 7-2 of 24 for 601 Morgan Avenue, that application will not be heard this evening. It's being continued until our August session, which is August 27th. So if you're here for 7-2 of 24, 601 Morgan Avenue, we will not be hearing that application this evening. It is continued till 7 p.m. on August 27th. For those who are remaining for this evening's hearings, there are two ways to participate in this evening's applications. The first is public comment. At the end of each application, I will give an opportunity for public comment. Public comment are statements in support or in opposition to the relief being requested by the applicant. Again, those are statements. If you feel that you are particularly aggrieved or affected by an application, usually by proximity to the subject property, at the beginning of each application, I will ask for those who are interested in requesting party status. Party status is a special status of participation in the hearing that allows you to participate more fully. You will have the ability to ask questions of the applicant's witnesses, present testimony and evidence of your own, receive a written copy of the board's written decision, and if you disagree with the board's decision, you can take an appeal to the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas. If you plan or anticipate requesting party status, there is a request form on the front table. We would ask that you fill that out in advance. We do need that in order to stay in contact with you and keep a record of who has requested and who is granted party status. And I do ask that you do provide an email unless you absolutely do not have one. It is the easiest way to get in touch with you on behalf of the board. So please provide an email on those forms.
Thank you. So we will begin with 7-1 of 24 GSI C. Kane LLC, 50 South Oak Lane in C. Kane. It's an RC1 residential district in the second council, requesting for a one-year extension of the variance granted on application number 6-4 of 23.
Mr. Miller? Is there anybody looking to request party status for this application? Seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB1 will be the application packet, ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication.
Good evening, board. My name is Charles Miller. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. So I see that there is a new board member. So if I could hand up the exhibit packet, which has the prior decision just for reference.
Is it pre-marked or just mark it as A1? Okay, that's fine. This is A1, the postings of the property, and A2, the decision, the previous decision for that the extension is being requested for, which was application 6-4 of 23. Thank you.
And with the board's permission, if I would just call Mr. Scott McClary to testify.
Sure.
Scott, if you could just speak in that microphone. We're obviously here to request an extension of the variance that was granted about a year ago with respect to the property at 50 South Oak Avenue. That property is owned by GSI Seacane LLC. What is your position with that entity?
I'm a project manager for RBP Development.
And how are they related to the ownership group?
RBP is owned by the Red Bluff Properties, which is the owner of the Skane property, owner of GSI Skane LLC. RBP, R. Ralph Bravo. Yeah, RBP, Ralph Bravo Paul.
Okay, and I handed up an exhibit packet to the board, which contained the copy of the order and the decision that was granted relief for the property. And that relief, among other things, granted relief to allow the property to be used in connection with an outdoor self-storage facility, as described in the plans which were attached to that order. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're requesting a one-year extension on the variance relief that was granted by this board. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And assuming that request would be granted by this board, are you still planning to use the property in connection with that self-storage facility?
Yes, we are.
And it's my understanding that GSI Seacane, they were unable to get the project started due to change in leadership and some changes in the investment groups in the green space self-storage who was going to build and maintain the property. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you give the board a little background on what happened which caused that delay?
Yes. So Green Space Self-Storage is owned by David Ledoux and Rick Stockton, which David and Rick testified in support of this project here last year. The investment company that provides capital to Green Space Self-Storage and owns the GSI Seacane LLC company, which owns the property, is Red Bluff Properties. Red Bluff Properties split from Green Space Self-Storage last year, and which kind of left this property up in the air. However, I'm sorry, excuse me. Let me put this in. Silence it. So Red Bluff Properties and Green Space Self-Storage split last year, and however, Green Space wanted to continue with the project, and David Ledoux had to present the property to a Green Space's new investment company, and he had to get their approval or he had to confirm their interest in the funding, which took several months, and and then we learned a few months ago the Green Space wasn't interested in pursuing the project, so the property came back to us, to Red Bluff Properties, and so the owners of Red Bluff Properties, they'd like to proceed with the project, but now we're at the point where we're up against a one-year extension, and we didn't want to expend the money if we weren't going to be able to get the one-year extension. So, hence the reason I'm here to ask for the extension.
So is the ownership group, the owner of the property, they've confirmed with you that they're interested in moving forward with the project?
Yes, they feel like this is the best use for the property, so they want to go ahead and proceed with the project.
And in the event the board would grant your request, what's the anticipated timeline on moving forward?
We'd start the engineering and design, go into permitting, and hopefully we'd get the permitting done the first year, and then we could build the facility in the next year.
And the facility that's going to be built, that will still be built in accordance with the site plan that was presented to the board and is attached to that decision?
Yes.
And in your opinion, did the change in leadership and investment with the green space that result in the change in circumstances that brings you here this evening asking this board for a one-year extension?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
If you don't mind, from the board. So I believe when you were here for the the original application, the whole concept with the green space storage solution was that it would be constructed out of recycled storage containers. And that essentially dictated the size and shape of the building based on that modular unit. Will your project going forward still be constructed of recycled storage containers?
No, actually, Rick and David own the patented design for building with containers, but we can build we can build it to the same dimensions, and the exterior of the building will look the same, exactly the same as if it were with containers. It's, you know, you can't tell the difference with conventional buildings.
Go ahead.
But just from my own understanding, the dimensional variances that were granted, I guess the first go around, were pursuant to the idea that this would be constructed with the storage facilities. So do you still need those dimensional variances if you're not going to do it in that way anymore?
Yeah, it was, the size of the facility was also based on the feasibility of the facility, the square footage to make it economical. So yeah, we would still like to build with the same size facility.
And there were also dimensional relief related to the, if I recall, there's landscape buffering that was required. We had to widen the pathway next to the facility. All that staying the same. The building is going to be the exact same as was being proposed.
I guess that's where the question lies, in that the board on the previous approval was concerned about the width of the access aisle around the building. And as essentially a trade-off for the access aisle for safety, a variance was granted for the buffering, because there was a modular unit that said the building had to be this large, and if it had to get smaller, you lost a significant amount of square footage, because you'd have to take off a storage container essentially. But if you're building the building in conventional terms now, is that scenario still applicable? Is the board following what I'm asking here?
Essentially, you can't cut a storage facility in half and still use it, but if you're not using storage facilities, then you're just,
The containers, yeah.
or containers, excuse me, then that problem doesn't exist anymore, right?
We could make the building smaller, but the problem is the economics of the project. It's, it's, the economics also were based on the original size of the building. So we'd like to build the building as it's approved.
What you're saying is if you were required to cut that off, that changes the analysis with the investment group.
Right.
Because you won't have the same ability to have the amount of storage.
Right, the
capability.
net rentable square feet. We'd be cutting down the net rentable square feet, which would impact the overall economics of the project, so.
How many units, specific storage units are in the building specifically?
We haven't laid out the floor plan exactly, so I don't know the exact unit mix. I'd say about 1,000.
Okay, well, I guess then that also brings up a concern. So if you don't actually know how many storage units there are in the building, but any reduction of size would make it not economical, you see how, wouldn't there have to have been some math done to determine the economics?
Well, it's the overall net rentable square feet that you look at that, it's just a reduction in the building reduces the amount of net rentable square feet.
No, I get that. I just,
I don't know what the reduction would be and what how that would impact the economics. I just don't, I don't know if it's 10 feet or 20 feet off the one side. It's something we haven't looked at.
well, I guess then my follow-up question is, you're asking for an extension for the previously approved variance that cannot be constructed in the way that it was approved.
Well, we're gonna build the building to the same dimensions.
No, I mean,
as-
I get that. I just mean you're not doing the storage, like the storage containers
Right.
anymore. And that was part of the approved variance. Okay, thank you.
Was there any conditions on the approval to do?
The condition was that the drive aisle could be no less than 24 feet wide.
And you're saying that you don't know if that's going to be impacted by going conventional, building it conventionally versus the storage containers? With the condition that was added to the approval last time?
I think what, and you can confirm this, I think what they're representing is the plan that we conditioned the previous approval on will be constructed. So 24-foot drive aisles, whatever the remainder was of landscape buffer between the drive aisle and the property line would be there. And the building dimensions, the parking spaces, the two loading areas would all be the same. It's
Yeah.
just the construction of the building would be conventional construction as opposed to
Container.
recycled storage, shipping containers. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that's correct. And it would virtually look the same from the outside. You wouldn't be able to tell if it was containers or conventional built.
Are there any other board questions? This microphone's not cooperating. Okay, is there anything else you'd like to add?
It still comes back to, obviously, I mean, this is the third time I've been here in front of you, about self-storage. That particular issue has obviously been done, and we went back to the original plan, which this board approved 3 years ago. It's the same, only we widened the drive aisle, essentially. If you recall, I mean, this board's granted that variance, the use variance, twice. The original plan, we came with a different design. The board didn't like that design. So then we went back to the original design, except it did it more to widen the drive aisle to make it safer, as the board requested. So the use says, I mean, essentially what we're saying is the use is the best use for the property. That's really been determined now 3 times by this board. What I'm suggesting is that, given the economics, the investment, it's virtually, the dimensional relief is the same no matter what we would come back with. The board is saying, if the board would only, the quibble would be, well, self-containing storage. The board's already granted this self-storage facility under the conventional plan as it was before, so now we're back to, conventional relief, essentially. With the same dimensions, with the same widening of it, the lessening of the landscape buffer to make it safe, which was the concern of the board, and that's why we went back to the drawing board, brought in a third design, which went back to the original design. Yeah, if you go to the property and the neighbors who were here, everyone said this was the best use because those neighbors do not want another residential facility, which is almost impossible given the shape of it, because you have to use the flag lot, which they were so excited about to be used for green space. They walk their dogs. There was someone here. I mean, I would suggest this is the best use. If you went to the property, I think everyone has agreed, and the board has agreed now 3 times on that issue.
We can take public comment if there's any.
Is there anyone here for public comment?
We'll note that there was no public comment.
Okay, that being said, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to ask for a motion, thank you, Steve, to approve this application.
I make a motion to approve.
All in favor?
Is there-
Aye.
is-
Aye.
Is all who are not?
We'll send you a written decision within 45 days. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Thank you. Moving on to 7/4 of 24, 223 South 69th Street in Upper Darby, PA. It's in the C3 Commercial Districts, 6th Council District, requesting for a one-year extension of variance granted as application number 31 of 23.
All right. Is there anyone present this evening who is requesting party status for application 7/4 of 24? All right, seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB1 will be the application packet, ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Sir?
Yes, hi. Good evening. My name is Alan Nachumson. I'm Nachumson PC. Yes, Nochumson. And I'm of Nachumson PC. I'm here for the applicant, Hira Ekra LLC, and with me is its representative, HIRAEKRA LLC. And Mr. Boyan is here in the audience as well as a representative. You can come forward. I do have some presentation materials. May I approach? Thank you. This is a very straightforward matter. We were here last year in the springtime to demolish a one-story structure on South 69th Street. Currently, that structure houses my client's tax preparation business, which he has been doing since 2018. This board granted that variance in March of 2023 with an approval in April of 2023 as well. Unbeknownst to my client, the process got a little away from him where he applied for the building permit. He took longer than he wanted to in the sense that he had to line up financing. So when he applied for the building permit, he received two denials. One of which is the fact that the 1 year period of time to obtain the building permit approval expired, and that's why we need the 1 year extension of time. And the second is about the land development plan, where he's still in need of that. And I'll have him elicit some testimony, but he will obtain the land development plan. His intention has always been so, but it's a very expensive endeavor. He wants to make sure that he receives an extension of the zoning approval before this board. And, I also included a memo of law as my last exhibit, which explains why substantively this zoning variance should be granted on its own merits, as well as an argument for the doctrine of res judicata, given that this board has already given such approval in the past, why they should, for that reason alone, grant it. So, may you please state your name for the record? Okay, yeah, go come to me.
KAMROZZAMAN. Last name BHUIYN.
Yes, and sir, what's your affiliation to the property?
I am the owner of the Hira Ekra LLC that own the property.
Okay, and you also house your business in this one-story structure, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you've been doing that since 2018?
yes,
And you came here in front of this board in 2023 to seek a variance to allow you to build a commercial property a commercial unit on the ground floor to house your business, plus 2 residential units above in this 3-story proposed structure.
yes,
And you then applied for a building permit earlier this year as well.
yes,
And that building permit was denied because of the 2 reasons I stated, that you exceeded that 1 year period of time since you got the zoning variance granted, plus the land development plan
Yes.
that you need.
yes,
And you have hired a civil engineer with respect to the land development plan.
yes,
and it's your intention to build this property, you know, with the plans that are here, and obviously obtain the land development plan as part of that process.
Yes,
And in addition to renting your, you know, in addition to your space that you currently have, you also lease 4 parking spaces to the right of you.
yes,
Okay, and the lot size is, to your understanding, 25 feet, 6 inches.
yes,
Okay, thank you. I would also say that the grounds that exist for the variance, you know, given the circumstances, you know, that are outside of his control, that, you know, financing is very difficult nowadays. It took him a little bit longer than he would have hoped, but he does have financing lined up. But the substantive reason why we need this variance is that this lot is 25 feet, 6 inches wide. We have a technical refusal as a C3 property, where because we're unattached, we have to have a 5-foot side yard setback on both sides. We are honoring the 5-foot side yard setback on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, there's a parking lot there with open space, but, you know, we're already only at 20 feet wide, the building. If we were to comply strictly with the code, it'd be a 15-foot wide building, which would be very difficult to operate and manage. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions?
None.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
Public comment.
Other than the omission of the exhibits into evidence.
We'll note for the record, as exhibits, we'll mark applicants A1 through A10 as exhibits, and note that a memorandum of law was also submitted with the exhibit packet.
Is there any public comment? Okay. I'd like to ask for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this variance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All who are not?
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you. We receive a written decision within 45 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep building.
Okay, moving on to our next application. Oh, right. Okay.
So you can announce the application, then I'll note on the record.
Okay. Application 7-9 of 24, student-run emergency housing unit of Philadelphia, 7200 Chestnut Street in Upper Darby. It's a C3 commercial district, 7th council district, seeking a variance from section 550-23B for the use of emergency housing.
So we'll note for the record for this application that Mr. Bertle will be recusing himself due to a conflict, and will sit with a 2-member board, which constitutes a quorum under the MPC. I think we'll have to do this. First, applicant's counsel will start with you, and then we'll go into the rest of our pro forma. Just if you can introduce yourself for the record.
Certainly. Jared Burns of Troutman Pepper Hamilton Sanders LLP.
Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Jared Burns of Troutman Pepper Hamilton Sanders LLP, JARED BURNS.
Do you have a card, Mr. Burns?
Yep. May I approach to
Yes.
hand these two?
So while you can approach, I'm just going to move forward. You might want to sit down for a moment. Just as long as you're comfortable. I think I know the answer to this. Is there anybody interested in requesting party status for this application? If you can please come forward, we'll start with the woman approaching now, and then we'll go through the rest. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bazidlo, BAZYDLO. I am here on behalf of 3 near neighbors who are requesting party status. I can have them come up. I have their forms. Sabrina Nunn, Diane Reynolds, and Edward Wynn. They all live within a few hundred feet of the property and are requesting party status based on proximity.
Okay, can I have their forms, please?
Yes.
And do you have a card?
I do.
Are they all here?
They're all here, yes.
We'll start with Ms. Nunn, if you can come up.
Sabrina Nunn, 130 Ashby Road. NUNN, Nancy, Umbrella, Nancy, Nancy.
So Ms. Nunn, you, as you just mentioned, you live at 130 Ashby Road?
Yes.
And what is your proximity to 7200 Chestnut?
It's approximately 530 feet from the property,
Okay, in terms of blocks,
about a block and a half.
I just want to have her put it on the record. That's okay.
Oh. A block and a half.
All right. I would, so thank you, Ms. Nunn. Ms. Reynolds? You can come forward. They're represented, so. You're located at 131 Long Lane?
Yes,
And what's the approximate distance to 7200 Chestnut?
I guess it's a block.
A block? So you're at Long, are you between Chestnut and Sansom on Long? Where are you on Long Lane?
I am at the corner of Sampson
Okay.
and Long Lane.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
Diane Reynolds, REYNOLDS.
Sorry, Bridget. Mr. Nguyen? Yes. Did I say that? Is that how you pronounce it? Okay. Mr. Nguyen, you're at 129 Long Lane.
Yes, sir.
Are you the next door neighbor of Ms. Reynolds?
Yes, 129 Long Lane, and I have the Long Lane right there. It's 109 Long Lane.
And you're approximately a block from 7200 Chestnut?
Just yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. You can sit down.
My name is Edward Nguyen. His last name is Nguyen, Nguyen. Yeah, you're welcome.
I would recommend to the board that Ms. Basildo's clients are recognized with party status. So that'll be Ms. Nunn, Ms. Reynolds, and Mr. Nguyen. Is there any objection from the board?
No.
Okay, thank you. Other requests for party status. Actually, if everybody who has a form, if you can just pass them up now, and then we'll. I'm sorry, Mr. Burns. Is there any objection to those grants of party status? No. Okay, thank you. So if everybody's going to request party status, you can fill out a form. I made that announcement at the beginning. Let's take a quick pause. There's some pens over there. But Ms. Sabatino, you can step forward since you have your form. That's Paulann, Paulann.
Yes.
Sabatino, Sabatino.
Yes,
And you reside at 803 Valley.
that's my home address, yes.
And what's the proximity of 803 Valley to 7200 Chestnut?
I'm a partner with Breaking Bread. My Recovery Without Barriers is a partner of Breaking Bread, and that's why we're here.
And where is Breaking Bread located?
107 Long Lane.
Oh, okay. Are
Hero.
you part of the organization?
We are a partner with the organization, yes.
Understood. So your business is located at 107 Long Lane?
No. Recovery Without Barriers is not a brick and mortar. It's a 501c3.
Okay.
Okay, we don't have a brick and mortar, but we do all of our work in Upper Darby and Delaware County. We work with Breaking Bread as partners.
Understood. But you don't operate out of a particular location? You don't
We
have-
operate normally out of 69th Street Terminal on the sidewalk.
Ms. Sabatino, I'm not going to recommend to the board that we grant you party status
Okay,
because you don't have a property interest in close proximity to the subject property, and that's what party status is based on in this situation.
okay,
However, you can participate in the public comment portion.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next form. Is this Yvette
Yes,
Santiago, Yvette Santiago, Santiago?
correct.
You have your address down as 107 Long Lane,
Yes,
and that's where you reside?
yes.
Um,
Breaking bread.
Are you part of the Breaking Bread organization? Do you reside at the,
I reside at Breaking Bread, 107 Long Lane.
and you would like to be a party for this? So a part, as, I'm just going to reiterate, since maybe some of my initial announcement got lost. Party status means you can question the applicant and other witnesses that testify tonight. You can present testimony and evidence of your own, receive a copy of the board's written decision, and if you disagree with the relief granted or denied by the board, you can take an appeal to the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas. That's what party status is. There's also the opportunity to participate via public comment, which is an opportunity at the end to give statements in support or opposition. So the request form is for party status. You want to participate as a party?
Yes,
Okay. And 107 Long Lane is about how far from 7200 Chestnut? I just have to do it for the record.
not sure.
You're not sure?
Yeah, it's, yeah,
Just the person at the
I'm
microphone
sorry.
needs to offer.
probably across the street.
Across the street? Okay.
I do have to object to party status for anyone that's associated with the organization. And also, this is not permanent housing that's offered there. This is temporary emergency housing. This is not legal residences. So they don't really have they don't have a property interest in the property we're talking about. And they're also the tenants of the organization that's applying for this variance and therefore associated with them. And I don't think party status is appropriate as they are part of the party that's the applicant.
Are you representing that tenancy does not provide you party status?
They're not tenants, it's emergency temporary housing. That's what the variance is for.
Okay. Well, you're,
Leases are the long-term leases of the building, they're temporary emergency housing. I mean, if you stay at a shelter, you don't live.
okay, hold on. This is not this. Okay, so I'm just going to remind everybody, this isn't a group discussion. This is a hearing. And so please don't answer each other and talk to each other unless it's in the confines of questioning or cross-examination. So your objection is noted on the record.
I would ask for proof of residency if they're going to give any party status, like ID with an address.
Your objection is noted on the record. I'm going to recommend to the board that Ms. Santiago is granted party status. Is there any objection from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Santiago.
You're welcome.
Do we have, does everybody in line here have forms? You can just give them to me all at once. A strong immune system. All right. All right, Mr. Luke, can you spell your last name? S-T,
STI, V as in Victor, ALA.
okay. So, Mr. Stavala, you have your address listed as 1050 North Hancock Street in Philadelphia?
That's where I live.
That's where you live. Do you have any other business or real estate interests in the area of
Yes.
107
I
or
oversee-
7200 Chestnut?
I oversee 107 Long Lane and then the case management office in 7200 Chestnut.
So you work at the organization,
Both the current and the future address.
but you're not the organization's representative, correct?
No, the
Okay.
executive director is doing that.
Okay. So you can certainly be a witness of the applicant, but I can't recommend to the board that we grant you individual party status.
Okay.
That is correct. This is just party status requests. If you are eligible to participate as a party, yes, you participate fully in the process. So the next is William, William. Is it,
Crossan,
Cro-
Crossan, proof
Okay.
of residency, voter's registration.
okay, and you reside at 107 Long Lane?
Registration.
Sir, you,
I'm sorry,
you
sir.
reside at 107 Long Lane?
I do.
I would recommend the board we grant. It'll be,
Not as a residence with long-term residence in it with, standing to have a property.
we've noted your standing objection as to residents of 107 Long Lane on the record.
Standing and residence that's associated with this property in a temporary housing use.
Yes, I would also ask you to let me finish my statements before you start talking. Thank you. I would recommend to the board that we grant Mr. Crossan party status. Any objection?
Do I look at them to ask questions or I ask you? to
We
questions?
will get to that portion. I
Okay,
will
I'm
explain
sorry,
how
I'm
this
sorry.
works
Well,
in a
I
moment.
this is
You're
my
right.
first time up
You
here.
can sit down now. Thank you. Leanne, Leanne, Powell, Powell.
Correct, sir.
Ms. Powell, and you also reside at 107 Long Lane?
Yes, my voter registration and my license is there.
And we'll note the Ms. Bazidlo. I remember this from before that I had it phonetically. I'm going to do that again. I apologize. Standing objection, and I would recommend that we grant party status to Ms. Powell. Is there any objection from the board?
Thank you.
Laura Wentz. Ms. Wentz, 7549 Parkview.
Yes, it's less than a mile. It's 0.09 from and normally my understanding is for party status, as long as you lived within a mile of the, or have you changed that?
That's not been a standard that I've been aware of at any point in these proceedings. But you're a mile away.
I'm less than a mile. 0.9.
Mr. Burns, do you have any questions or objections for party status for a mile away?
Case law suggests about 600 feet away is the maximum for property, and that's even in a rural area where you have much less density. So I would say that, almost a mile away really has no significant impact beyond what might be expected for all residents.
May I say something?
You can.
I'm also councilwoman at large, and I do represent the entire township and the building within the township, and I do work with them.
Understood.
I realize that
Councilmember
doesn't
Wentz.
necessarily hold status here. I just wanted to clarify.
And it will be noted on the record. Unfortunately, I agree with Ms. Bazidlo, reading of case law on this, and I can't recommend to the board that we grant you party status due to the distance from the from the subject property, but you are welcome to participate during public comment.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wentz. Are there any other requests for party status? All right, seeing none, I can't remember if I entered exhibits, but I will do it again. ZHB 1 will be the application packet. ZHB 2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB 3 will be proof of publication. We'll turn it over to Mr. Burns for the case in chief. So while Mr. Burns gets set up so everybody understands, the parties understand how this will work, Mr. Burns will present his witness or witnesses. After his presentation is complete, each party or collective represented parties will have an opportunity to ask that witness questions. That is an opportunity for questions only. After the parties ask questions, the board will ask questions, and I will give the applicant an opportunity to redirect. That's how each witness will go. Once Mr. Burns is done with his case in chief and on behalf of the applicant, we will go party by party in presenting their case in chief, and in turn, Mr. Burns and then the other parties will have the opportunity to ask that party questions, followed by the board asking questions. Once we have gone through all the parties presenting their evidence, We will take public comment. And then the board will, if they feel necessary, go into executive session to deliberate or ask questions of law, or thereafter make a decision. Are there any questions on the process?
Not necessarily the process, but before we begin, I had a preliminary objection. And I don't know when's appropriate to address that.
Like some type of motion or?
Yeah, I don't think the property was posted 2 weeks in advance of the hearing. The neighbors didn't see it until last week. So I just want to have an objection on the record of proper posting.
All right, we'll ask Mr. Chast, as is in your normal course of business in administering zoning applications on behalf of the zoning board, do you check on the properties being posted in advance of the hearings? I do. And when do you check? Did you check on the posting of this property in advance of this evening's hearing?
I did.
Do you know when you checked to see if the property was posted?
The first time I saw it digitally was July 9th.
I'm sorry, you saw it.
Digitally, it was sent to me in an email from Miss Sina.
You said the first time, did you see it subsequent to that?
Sorry, say that again?
Did you see the posting subsequent to July 9th?
No, not before the 9th.
Afterwards?
Oh, sorry, yes. Yes, I saw it afterwards. I can see it actually from my window of my office.
Okay, and July 9th is approximately how far in advance of this evening's hearing?
2 weeks.
So we'll note the objection. We'll also note the testimony of the zoning officer as to his personal observations of the posting. Mr. Burns.
I'll just start over with the name, Jared Burns, Troutman Pepper Hamilton, Sanders LLP. We represent Student-Run Emergency Housing Unit of Philadelphia, Inc., petitioner.
I'm just going to ask you to make sure you're using the microphone because this room swallows sound and we have a lot of people in here tonight. Thank
How's
you.
Any better?
A bit, yeah.
A bit. We'll get there. Petitioner conducts its business at Breaking Bread, and I will refer to petitioner as Breaking Bread from here on. With me is Stephanie Senna, the principal at Breaking Bread. Breaking Bread owns and operates 107 Long Lane here in Upper Darby as emergency housing for individuals experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness. She has operated shelters and worked to move individuals experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness into stable housing for 13 years since 2011. We are requesting a variance from section 550-23 and 550-8 of the zoning ordinance to temporarily use alternative space as emergency housing. I previously handed out the booklets which contain Breaking Bread's application. That includes a narrative supporting the application, the lease for the subject property, the property outlined on Upper Darby's zoning map, a letter from the landlord for the property authorizing Breaking Bread to submit the zoning application, and a copy of this board's prior decision permitting Breaking Bread's use of 107 Long Lane as emergency housing. So the subject property of Breaking Bread's application tonight is 7200 Chestnut Street, which is directly across the street from this building. The subject property is improved with a large 3-story existing building within which Breaking Bread is under lease for approximately 5,730 square feet of leased space. I would direct you to Exhibit A for a copy of that lease with economic terms redacted. The subject property fronts Chestnut Street on the north, Long Lane on the east, and Court Avenue on the south. Commercial uses surround the property to its west, east, and north, and residential use on its south. Exhibit B is the aerial of the zoning map with the subject property outlined. The property is located in the C3 zone on the township's zoning map. So I want to discuss a little bit about the current operations at Breaking Bread's current location, 107 Long Lane. Breaking Bread owns the real property and improvements at 107 Long Lane, located just across the street from the subject property. On December 16th, 2021, this board held a hearing on Breaking Bread's application requesting a use variance to convert one, yes.
I'm going to ask a question because you're getting into some facts here. Is this an opening or are you doing an offer of proof or?
This is background and opening before we do
Okay.
testimony.
Sorry to interrupt. Please
Not
continue.
at all.
Thank you.
So this board prior approved Breaking Bread's application requesting a use variance to convert 107 Long Lane from its prior use as a daycare facility into emergency housing. The variance was required because the township's zoning ordinance does not provide for emergency housing as a permitted use within any zoning district within the township. On January 25th, 2022, the board granted the requested variance for 107 Long Lane, and a copy of that decision is attached as Exhibit D. Following this board's decision granting the requested variance at 107 Long Lane, Breaking Bread began its efforts to perform the significant repairs and renovation required at 107 Long Lane, necessary for the long-term use as emergency housing. However, at the request of both the county and the township, rather than completing all repairs and construction up front to be able to operate within the space at full capacity, Breaking Bread has phased its construction at 107 Long Lane in order to operate immediately in a limited capacity to begin providing services to the township's population. So the phasing of the phase construction, though, has reached a point where 107 Long Lane has to be closed down for a period of time in order to complete the renovations in compliance with the township's building code and other construction-related requirements. So Breaking Bread must temporarily cease its operations at 107 Long Lane. Petitioner's plan. So without alternative space, Breaking Bread has to cease at 107 Long Lane and will not be able to continue providing services to its client population. To avoid this outcome and to continue the partnership with the township and the county without an interruption in services provided to Breaking Bread's clients, Breaking Bread has entered into the lease at 7200 Chestnut Street. Brief comment on parking. Given that the subject property is immediately across the street from its current, from the current location of their operations, Breaking Bread will continue to be able to use the existing parking available in the surrounding area as it currently does for its current use at 107 Long Lane. Similar to 107 Long Lane, the subject property at 7200 Chestnut Street is unique because of its location, large size, as commercial office space surrounded by a combination of small commercial and retail residential municipal uses, and a higher than average rate of crime in the area around the property. Because the township zoning ordinance does not allow emergency housing uses on this property or any property in the township, a hardship is created in that without temporary alternative space, Breaking Bread is left without a location at which to provide the services that it has partnered with the county and the township to provide at 107 Long Lane. The variance requested for the proposed use of the leased premises is the least deviation from the zoning ordinance, the least deviation from the zoning ordinance necessary to make reasonable use of the premises. The hardship was not caused by Breaking Bread, and the granting of the variance will not adversely affect the health, safety, welfare, or morals of the community, nor will it have any adverse effect on the property values of these surrounding properties. And just to make perfectly abundantly clear, Breaking Bread is not seeking to expand its existing approved use at 107 Long Lane. Breaking Bread is simply asking to temporarily transfer its existing approved use of operating 107 Long Lane as emergency housing to the leased premises at 7200 Chestnut Street for the period of time necessary for Breaking Bread to complete the construction at 107 Long Lane required by the county and the township. So with that background information, I'd like to call Stephanie Senna to provide testimony.
So if you can state and spell your name, and then Bridget will swear you in.
My name is Stephanie Senna. You said spell too. Stephanie, and Senna is Sena. I do.
Can you state your business address?
Our business address is 107 Long Lane in Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, 19082.
And how long have you been employed by or running Breaking Bread?
I founded Breaking Bread in 2011, which is when we opened our doors to shelter in Philadelphia. We have run shelter in Philadelphia for about a decade. And then we applied for proposals in Delaware County. We were selected by the county to be one of the county's primary only homeless service providers. And we moved operations completely out of Philadelphia. I myself moved back to Delaware County, where I'm from, and we are no longer operating in Philadelphia at all. We have switched our operation completely to Upper Darby.
And what is your job title and responsibilities?
I'm the executive director of Student Run Emergency Housing Unit of Philadelphia and our Breaking Bread homeless shelter. Our 107 Long Lane is our only shelter and brick and mortar. My responsibilities are overseeing staff, fundraising, grant writing, working on policies, and making sure that the entire organization is running effectively. And we have a number of employees. We have also legal team that we meet with pretty regularly, including Jared, and project managers overseeing the building.
And so you are authorized to testify on behalf of Breaking Bread this evening?
Yes, I am.
Can you give us, well, you already have a little bit, but can you give us a little bit of background on what Breaking Bread actually does at 107 Long Lane?
So Breaking Bread is a homeless shelter at 107 Long Lane. We, again, are one of the county's service providers, so we partner with the county. We take in people from Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. The county has a policy that we are not permitted to bring anyone in to our homeless shelter who does not have proof of residency. And about over 90% of our population are from Upper Darby, and the rest are from Delaware County nearby. But we, again, are not permitted to bring in people who do not have proof of that Delaware County residency. They stay with us. We get them their address with us once they are with us, so that they can have their mail and their voter registration at our address. They live with us until we get them permanent housing, which we have been very successful at. We have housed 5 people since January 1st. And here today with us, who you'll hear during public comment, are our residents, including some who used to be residents at our shelter, are now permanently housed and are working for our organization.
Are you familiar with the property at 7200 Chestnut?
I am, yes.
And when did you learn about the property?
I learned about the property as soon as I became familiar with Upper Darby and with very specifically 107 Long Lane, because it is directly across the street from us.
And what is Breaking Bread's plan at 7200 Chestnut?
So Breaking Bread's plan is to move our operations directly across the street for a period of time that does not extend beyond 1 year. We have a 1-year lease. We believe that our renovations will be completed at a maximum of 8 months. And as Mr. Burns explained, we are unable to be in our current building while the renovations are happening. We do not want to lose this resource for the township and the county. I think it would be a huge loss. There are already 300 people on the Delaware County shelter wait list, and people wait for shelter for us for a very long time, and then they stay with us sometimes for months until we get them into housing. If we have to close down, that leaves all of our shelter residents with no place to go except back on the streets of Upper Darby. It also will make it so that they lose their housing access, which they wait a very long time for. So we consider that to be an emergency, and we are looking to move across the street so we can just operate out of there with the same residents we have for the period of time, not beyond 1 year.
And why did you select 7200 Chestnut as the desired property?
So 7200 Chestnut Street already has a day homeless shelter operating within it. It's called Project Share, run by Mental Health Partnerships. They also partner with the county. And so we are closed during the day We open at 5 p.m. every night and we close at 11. And our residents, most of our residents are in that building for the rest of the time, from the morning until 5, and then they come to us. So our residents are familiar with the building because they are there every day. So this will not be a major change of the population that frequent that building. It'll just extend the hours in which they are there so that we can sleep there overnight and not sleep at 107. But we chose it because it is very close to our building. It's close to the Upper Darby Township building. We are familiar with the services offered there, including with Project Share, who we partner with. So it would be significantly easier to be able to operate there. There are also no other possibilities of where we could operate. We spent quite some time trying to find another property, and this is the only one available.
And would your activities at 7200 Chestnut Street differ in any material way from your current use of 107 Long Lane?
Not at all. It would be the same activities and the same residents who are with us right now we would bring across the street.
So the client population that you're serving would not change from 107 Long Lane to 7200?
That's correct. It's the same people who are in the room today with us tonight will be in, we are hoping to take with us to 7200 Chestnut. We will not be expanding capacity or adding any more people. We are just transferring the people we currently have from one building to the building across the street.
And do you plan to operate, well, you've already said this, but do you plan to operate out of 7200 Chestnut permanently or even long-term?
No, not at all. We plan to operate there for only the course of a year. By that time, much before that time, probably within the time frame of about 8 months, as I mentioned, the renovations will be completed and we can move our operations back to our building where we will be in a much more comfortable space with new plumbing and a more electrical capacity. So we are not looking to expand services or offer resources at 7200 beyond that 1 year. It is just a 1-year lease.
And lastly, just to confirm and drive the point home, with Breaking Bread's current application for 7200 Chestnut Street, are you proposing to increase or expand upon your existing approved use at 107 Long Lane?
Not at all. We are only looking to move, and we've also confirmed that with the county because the county pays for our operational funding. And so we have also partnered with them, and our contract with them also states we will not be increasing our capacity when we move across the street, just taking the people with us who, again, the majority of our residents are from Upper Darby. Those who are not are from the county. And again, we do not take anyone per county's requirement from outside of the county. So it will be the same people, not changing operations at all.
I have nothing further.
There's 16 people with us now. We do have an extra bed, which we hold open if it's a code blue or an emergency situation like code red, or if somebody is escorted, is with a police officer who is looking to get somebody into shelter right away. But otherwise, our static count is 16. Absolutely, yes.
Okay to begin? Okay. First question is, I know you're already operating out of 107 Long Lane, and your organization owns that property, correct?
That's correct.
At the time you purchased the property, did you know that the building, the upper 2 floors were not up to current code and would need renovations done?
That's correct.
and you chose to start operations knowing those renovations still needed to be done.
The county required us to do that. So yes, but it wasn't our choice. It was, we do what the county tells
But
us to
you
do.
purchased the property knowing the renovations needed to be done and that it would require vacating the building at some point.
We didn't know what it would require. When we purchased the building, we had not taken it down to studs. It was after we purchased the building that we had to take it down to studs, and at that time recognized because we need to change the plumbing and the electric, we're gonna have to be out of the building. But we did not know that when we purchased the building.
Okay, but you purchased the building in its state that needs renovation, correct?
That's right. We
Okay.
didn't know we would need some
Okay.
changes.
And so how many square feet are you currently operating in?
I think it's somewhere around 3,000 square feet.
So what is the reason that you've leased more square feet in the other building if you're not going to expand your operations?
There was no other option. This was the space that was available.
Okay. For the people that live there, we had people come up for party status that seem to have residency. So what is the average length of stay in your facility?
So it varies based on what people need, but it can be anywhere from a few weeks to several months. It depends on the needs of the individual client.
And do those clients sign leases with you at all?
No, they don't.
Okay. And when they come into shelter, do you do drug screening, background checks, sex offender registry checks?
I'm not sure that that's relevant.
What's the relevance of that question?
They're asking to expand for non-permitted use, so I think it's completely reasonable to see the full scope of what that use is going to be and who's going to be attending and in residency there.
Permission to speak with my client.
When we come back, I want to just add some more to that too. Sure. I just wanted to know if the tenants are screened for drugs, sex offender registry, and criminal background, because one of the assertions they're making is that this doesn't have a detrimental impact on the surrounding community. And bringing people into a block that have sex offense, criminal records, active or recent drug use absolutely has a negative effect on the surrounding residents of the property. So I think it's relevant to know whether or not this is being screened out of the community when providing these services, because they're asserting that they're not impacting the safety of the neighbors, and that absolutely does impact the safety of the neighbors.
So the way that it works in Delaware County is that Delaware County is responsible for the intake of our residents. So our residents go to a community action agency where they are screened there, and then through the county, and then the county tells us who we take. So the county is responsible for those screenings.
Is the county doing those screenings? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't. Sure. So do you get the records from the county that these people don't have criminal records, sex offenders, or drug use problems?
We get the records from the county, and we also are, because we are a recipient of federal funds, we also have this information in our federal system as well.
Great. So so when they're coming in, are you giving clients that have drug abuse issues, sex offender registry, or criminal records?
Objection. My client accepts her clients through a process established by the county government.
I'm going to, I agree. She's answered that they are screened by the county. I
I'm
think
just
that's
asking them what the
sufficient.
screening process is. Since she's a partner with them and the neighborhood is supposed to accept that these people aren't going to impact their safety, we need to know what the screening procedures are. And if you're partnering with them, you should also know who's coming into your facility.
I would direct you to the county for their
I
intake process.
I agree. The objection sustained. Let's move on.
Okay, so while your residents are staying there, are they drug tested?
No, they are not drug tested with us.
Are they searched for drugs or weapons when they come in?
Yes.
If they have a positive drug test, are they removed from the residence?
We partner with our agency that's with us right now, who works to get people into rehabilitation should they need that. So we have a system if people are, in fact, struggling with that.
So are they allowed to stay though, or are they immediately removed?
I'm happy to give you our policy book, but no, people do not stay with us when they are high.
Let's see, so, in the building where you're looking to relocate, 7,200, you mentioned that there's another shelter that's already there. Are there any other businesses in that building right now?
Yes, there is a Planned Parenthood that operates in that building.
Okay, and, I guess, I don't know if this is an appropriate question for you or the board, but I guess we can take note that that is a permitted use of the building under the zoning code in C3 as a medical facility.
I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not sure of the relevance of another use in the building, but
It's
we
relevant
can note
since
that you're
they're arguing
noting it.
that in their application, they argue that this building isn't usable for by right uses, and you have a by right use already operating in the building. So that's the relevancy to this.
Okay, we'll note your argument on the record.
Okay. So you also mentioned that you couldn't find any other location. And specifically, you were referencing C4 zoning districts in both your application and here today. It sounds like you have a residential use. Did you look at residential properties, potentially apartment buildings, multifamily housing, where, you know, residency is allowed, as opposed to just a commercial use? Because it sounds like you have tenants of your property with, you know, IDs registered to live there. That sounds like a residential use. Did you look at residential properties or only at commercial properties?
Can I speak to that question?
For the witness, so if she can answer it, she can answer it. Otherwise, you can address it during your case or your redirect.
So there is no area that zones for homeless shelters, including residents. We would need a variance even if we had to take in a residence, but we have looked at that. So the answer is yes.
What is the distinguishing feature between someone staying at your residence for 4 or 5 months versus in an apartment for 4 or 5 months? What is the difference?
The township and the county determine that difference, not me. But they have determined that if it's a homeless shelter, that it's not, there's no zoning for homeless shelters, so we have to have it zoned for that.
But if someone's residing there for months, weeks, several months at a time, they're not in a temporary housing. That's considered long-term housing, doesn't need a homeless shelter variance.
Objection asked and answered.
So I think we're asking, I mean, she answered to the best of her ability at this point.
Yeah.
I think we're asking her to make some legal conclusions here.
I just
So-
don't know why they are applying for this when they're having long-term residents that could easily be, I mean, asking for what the features are beyond residency that this offers, that makes it inability to use it in a residential zoning district.
I think her testimony is that the township told her she needed a variance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay. So what other services do you offer your residents?
We offer a variety of services. We have a social worker with a master's degree in social work from Columbia, who works very hard to get our residents into housing. So we have housing locators, housing assistants. As I've mentioned, we've moved 5 people to housing since the 1st of July. We also have a variety of other workshops and programming for our residents, including ones that we're expanding right now, including everything from the financial literacy to employment work and resume building. So we offer a variety of services and resources.
Could those services be provided in a commercial setting and living accommodations in a different setting?
No,
Why?
because there is no place where those people could live. They are in a congregant place because they are unhoused and they are unable to get housing in other places.
You're providing them with housing. You could provide them
Yes.
housing in a different setting. That would be within the zoning code.
There is no zoning code.
Provide-
Nope.
There's many residential districts.
It's
in
not
Upper
zoned for
Darby.
that.
And so if there was
This is
only living there, it wouldn't be a
this
problem.
is not argument. This is.
So,
this is
but
examine-
she's not answering my question, but explaining why the question's relevant. So,
I still believe my ruling is that you're asking her for a legal conclusion at this point. You're asking her to interpret the zoning code.
Okay.
I don't know if she's qualified to do that.
I'll rephrase my question.
Okay.
There are people who sleep in your facility.
Yes.
And people also receive services when they're not sleeping.
That's correct.
Okay. Just need to go back to, so give me 1 second. Just want to make sure I asked all of my questions. Are you a registered nonprofit?
Yes,
Do you have current 501(c)(3) status?
absolutely. We would not be able to operate otherwise.
And your current location at 107, you mentioned that it wasn't code compliant. Wasn't what? Code compliant. Was the first floor code compliant when you're operating?
Yes,
All right, so it's just the upper floors that weren't compliant.
right, that's correct.
How many square feet per resident did you have on that first floor?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Are you familiar whether it meet residential code, like for having overnight accommodations there?
I am not familiar with the zoning. I know that there's no place that zones for homeless shelter, and I don't know what the requirements under residential are because that's not what we are.
Let's see here, hold on 1 second. In 7200, it's currently an office building. I believe this location used to be a daycare before you're moving into it. What?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, but it is an office building. It's not, it was not a homeless shelter before you're moving into it.
It was.
An overnight homeless shelter?
Yes.
Was that permitted?
I have no idea, but there is a history of there having a homeless shelter in that building. And again, there is a day shelter in the building. We are taking the space from a company called Elwyn, who was offering similar services, not overnight stay, but there's a shelter called Connect by Night that operated there for some time. So the answer is,
So my question is, what modifications are you going to do to the space in order to make sure that it's code compliant, fire code compliant for overnight accommodation?
there are no, there's nothing we need to change. It is already code compliant.
So you don't need a new CO for the new use of the building?
So we don't need to change anything in the building. The building already meets the code requirements. We don't have to change anything, correct?
All right. I guess that's more of a question for code enforcement officers to just make sure, but I'll get to that not during questioning. So Connect by Night, is that the organization you said that is running a day?
No, it was a separate organization. It just was in that building prior to us being there. And I know there's a lot of people here in the room who know something about it, but
And so who is running the day service?
it's a company called Mental Health Partnerships and also Project Share, and they partner with the county. They're the county's provider.
Okay. All right, so I mean, I guess that's, let me just check one time my notes to make sure I hit all my points here. Let's see. Did you speak with the other occupants of the building before signing the lease?
Absolutely, they're very excited for us.
Okay, do you have any documentation of their support?
No, but you're welcome
Okay,
to
so then I would
find
just
it.
object to that statement because it's unverified, so. Or you can take it for whatever value you can, but there's no written support. Let's see. In your current facility, have you ever needed to call the police?
Yes.
For what?
We have had a situation in which somebody was injured. There was someone recently who broke their, fell and broke their collarbone, and they had to be taken to the hospital.
Okay, that's the only time.
There are other instances in which people are injured or hurt. We've had someone actually in this room who has epilepsy and had a seizure, and we had to call the police in that case as well.
Have you had any problems with residents who didn't want to leave or didn't meet your requirements to come in where you had to have them escorted out?
No.
Okay. Do you have security at your building?
Yes.
Overnight?
Yes.
Do you have any for overnight accommodation, who else is at the property other than the residents and security?
That's it. It's residents and our security guards.
So there's no trained staff, there's no.
They are our trained staff.
Okay, there's no medical professionals, there's no.
There's not usually a medical professional at a homeless shelter.
Okay. The reason I bring this up is because in your argument, you argued that this is similar to a medical facility.
I didn't,
In your application, that it would have no more impact than a medical facility that's permitted at the site. And so this is just why I'm asking if that's similar, you know, if there's a similar level of staffing as there would be in a hospital or other medical facility.
Objection. I'd love to see that statement.
I don't think
It's in the,
you made that.
I'm happy, can I approach? If you look in, I don't, the pages aren't numbered. It's, sorry, just look, it's letter D on page, looks like the third page of the explanation.
Mhm.
If you could read the first few sentences of D.
Okay, the variance if sorry. The variance, if authorized, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or district in which the property is located, nor substantially or permanently impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent property, nor be detrimental to the public welfare. Emergency housing is compatible with and has a similar neighborhood impact as medical uses. It's not saying it's the
Correct.
same, it's saying it's impact.
Impact is the same, which is going to lead to, I need to have that on the record that you're not providing the same services as I continue and
Right.
make my case in
Sure.
chief. That's all I am asking. All right, and with that, I guess that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Zidlow. Ms. Santiago, do you have any questions for Ms. Senna? Just questions at this time?
You will be able to speak during public comment if you'd like.
Okay. Mr. Crossan, do you have any questions for Ms. Senna? Will you please go up to the microphone, please? You're all right.
Hi, William. I know.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
William Crossan, Crossan. Ms. Senna, if this place wasn't here, what impact would it have to the 16 people that you've been accustomed to get to know to?
If it's not here, the 16 people who we have right now in our shelter, including you, will have to go back onto the streets. There is a wait list that you'd have to go back onto. It is about 300 people long, and it takes a while to come off.
So in your knowledge, the waiting list is what, 3 to 5 years?
It depends. The system with the wait list is that when the number comes up, the county will make a phone call to the person. Try that once or twice. If the person doesn't answer, if their phone isn't charged or they have no phone, they go on to the next person on the wait list. It can take months, if not over a year.
Okay, so you would say it would be a good, fair thing to say that you're providing safety for these people? And if they didn't have this place, they wouldn't be safe? So they would be roaming around on Ashby Road and all these other places and trying to find?
The objection's overruled. Just finish your question, please, Mr. Crossan.
Their safety. Would it impact their safety if this place wasn't here?
So I will say that I believe that we make the township safer, not just for the residents who are with us and have some place to stay. And when I say safety, I'm also talking about the fact that Right now, we are in the midst of many days that are above 90 degrees, and it is not safe for humans to be outside all day and all night. And in fact, we have a lot of elderly people, people who have asthma and health conditions. So it is not safe for people to be outside in emergency weather, but there's a variety of ways in which it is unsafe to be sleeping outside. So I believe we do provide safety, but we also provide safety to the residents and the businesses surrounding us, because if we did not bring people in and get people into housing, they would be on the ground near where these residents are, in front of their residents, et cetera. We take people in off the street so they don't have to be on the street. And I believe that keeps everyone safe. Again, I mentioned we moved 5 people into housing in the last few weeks, and those are people who would have been on the streets otherwise.
Okay, one and final question is, do you love what you do, helping people? The question.
So Mr. Crossan, I understand why you're asking, but I'm going to sustain that it's not necessarily relevant.
And I just want to reiterate my objection to party status for someone who's totally participant of the applicant program and who has already has standing through that program. This is not an independent party.
It's
clearly
you.
benefiting from the application. We don't really let people who are the
Your objection's been noted on the record. They are not an employee of the organization. They are a resident of Upper Darby Township, and they've been granted party status. Go ahead. Okay. Ms. Powell, do you have any questions?
I do. Do my name again? Yes. Okay, Leanne Powell, Powell. At any given moment, Stephanie, could anybody come and commit a crime, or be a drug addict, or be homeless? How does that affect the area when it's not, they have no services?
I would again object to this as
So-
it's not relevant to this particular property.
So, Ms. hold on. So, Ms. Powell,
Okay,
I'm going to sustain her objection because it's not about the operation of the use that's being requested. We're asking a very general question here. If you have any questions about the use of that's being proposed here of 7200 Chestnut Street, that's fine. But we can't be asking Ms. Senna questions about life in Upper Darby.
okay, now can I ask something?
Yes.
Do I get to ask her questions after I'm done?
You can ask any witnesses that she puts on.
Okay.
Yes.
So moving across the street to 7200, you are not adding any people into your roll book. And actually, because it is a humongous space, is that going to allow for people to have their pets, possibly their belongings? I don't know if you guys know this, but as a homeless person, you lose your things every time you turn around. So how is that going to be affected?
So I think that we will have a little bit more space, which means a little bit more breathing room, and I think a little bit more dignity. And that's why I'm very excited for the renovations to be complete, because we will be able to utilize the second and third floor, making it so that we all have a little bit more space. And I think that that's what we all deserve. So I do think, yes, moving to 7200 will mean that we will have more space to breathe.
And will this allow you to offer more services or longer hours?
No, we're going to be keeping our services and our hours exactly as they are right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Mr. Burns, do you have any redirect for your client? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Senna.
Thank you.
Mr. Burns, do you have any other witnesses? Okay. So at this time, the applicant is resting. We'll turn it over to our first party participant, represented by Ms. Bazillo.
So is it okay if I do like an opening?
You are welcome to do an opening, yes.
Perfect, thank you. I swear I'm trying to follow the rules. I know sometimes I just get a little anxious, speak out of turn, so I apologize for that. So here we have, it's being kind of presented as an extension of a variance that has already been granted, which it absolutely is not. This is an absolutely 100% new operation in a new location. We don't have a facility that's owned, we have a facility that's rented. We're going from one type of structure to a large office building, right? We're going from a C1 commercial district to a C3 commercial district. This is not a simple one-to-one transfer. There are many other factors that are at play here. And I would just like to also, as a initial factor, we keep talking about the community and helping people, and we are completely ignoring the community that was here long before Breaking Bread ever was, multi-generational households, and how these aspects have affected them. And so while I'm going to make a little bit of a legal argument here as a part of my opening to set up my clients, I'm going to allow these parties to talk about how Breaking Bread has had a detrimental impact and how moving it across the street will continue to have a detrimental impact. The first part, and I would also like if the crowd could not heckle during this, totally unprofessional. So if the other attorney can keep everyone in check, that would be great. So needs to be a hardship, right? And the hardship has to be to the property. And we have a property here that is a 3-story office building that has hosted office space before, that has existing code compliant uses of medical facilities in here. In the application and in the testimony presented, the unique circumstance seemed to be the high crime in the area makes it unsuitable for these office space uses. However, a hardship has to be unique to the property in order for it to be granted, and can't be something that impacts the zoning district as a whole. And the crime in the area and the crime around 69th Street impacts 7200 Chestnut. It impacts my client's properties. It impacts all of the community around it. This is not unique to that property and does not create the unique hardship that is necessary for the granting of a variance. And even with that, the crime itself is not a unique aspect of the property, which is necessary to prove the hardship. There's also mention of the costs of leasing and renovation to this property for a suitable use, by right use. That is the aspect of the landlord and the maintenance of the building by the landlord. Any hardship that's created by not maintaining the building is a self-created hardship. As you heard Ms. Saina testify, they purchased 107 Long Lane knowing that they had to do extensive renovation. Maybe not the full extent, but they knew that it was not ready to move in. They moved in anyway and started operations. This is a self-created hardship that they can no longer be in there while they completed those renovations. And it doesn't matter if it was from a county grant that funded it, a local grant, or anything else, or people paying. If you take on a renovation that requires you to leave the property, we wouldn't consider that a hardship for an owner of a residential property or a commercial business that they have to keep operating. This is no different. This is a business in a business district, and they purchase a property knowing what they had to get into. That's a self-created hardship. That is not somehow unique or different or beyond their control. In terms of minimum necessary size, location, duration, they testified that they have a smaller space already and they're operating in it. So obviously this is a bigger variance than necessary to even continue their use. And a really important factor, I think, that was touched on, but we didn't go into too much, and I'm setting up with this my clients here, is that a variance can't alter the essential character of the neighborhood. In the Upper Darby zoning code, specifically 550-19, we have what commercial districts are designed to do, right? And 3 main points here are to ensure commercial uses are protected from intrusion of incompatible uses, protect and maintain the values of property, and strengthen the township's tax base, employment base, and economic viability in commercial areas. This is not a use that forwards any of those goals. And in doing so, in inhibiting or prohibiting the advancement of economic viability, impacting property values, and basically having a use that's not compatible with other businesses, you are, by definition of the code, creating a use that is not within the essential character of that commercial district. I'm going to have some
Ms.
clients.
Basilio, since you're making legal argument here, I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
If your argument is that having this use in this area of Upper Darby Township does not improve the economic viability or further the goals that you just mentioned there, would the lack of housing for unhoused people further those goals?
Housing in appropriate areas furthers the goal. Housing in areas that are meant for economic vitality and businesses does not. And I would like to have my clients come up now and talk about how this has impacted their homes, the businesses on the street, and the overall character of their blocks and neighborhoods.
But there are residences within, as your clients testified, within 500 feet of this location, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Sabrina Nunn.
All right. Can you just state your address again?
130 Ashby Road,
All right. And how long have you lived there?
16 years.
Okay. Can you explain how, so you have, there used to be a shelter behind your property, correct?
Yes.
And do you know who was running that shelter?
Connect.
And is Connect still operating to the best of your knowledge in the area?
And 7200 Chestnut, but they rebranded a different name now, but they're providing the same services that Connect did.
Okay. And can you describe briefly how having a homeless shelter or these emergency shelters located in close proximity to your home, how that has impacted your quality of life, the character of your neighborhood, for the positive or for the negative?
Initially,
Speak into the
oh,
microphone.
I'm sorry. People need to understand it's not the folks who go in and stay in and want the help and need the help. The concern is those who don't. The mental illness, the drug use, who linger out in the neighborhoods around your property. I've had individuals on my steps, not just one, a couple, menacing, threatening. I come out my house as a single woman and you have men around your house at night going to the garage or coming in from work or something, and they're sitting there because they had been in Connect, maybe to eat, didn't want to stay in, or maybe there was no space and now they're out. I've had to clean up needles. I've witnessed drug dealers coming through the driveway, selling drugs to individuals coming out of Connect or on the side of my house or in the front of my house. It becomes a normal thing. You see it, you're cleaning up needles, you're cleaning up crack vials, you're cleaning up trash, food containers half eaten, alcohol bottles. It's constant, it doesn't stop. And then to have people coming, you're coming out your home, it's supposed to be a safe place, lewd comments about how they will sexually assault you. And this is not necessarily the people, I said again, who want the help, who stay in there. But there are those who don't, and they linger around. And I dealt with that for almost a decade, day in and day out, day in and day. And it wasn't a break in time or anything, where it's like, oh, I can come home today, I'm going to be comfortable.
And has that become better or worse, or stayed the same since the facility at 107 Long Lane has started operation?
It wavered off when they moved. I didn't have the steps thing. I didn't have them leaning against my garage.
Is that Connect when Connect moved?
Right,
correct?
when they
Okay.
moved. But we still see some of the same faces coming in because they're used to that space being there. And so they know there's a step area that they can go down and sit down in there and do drugs or defecate or eat or whatever. And again, it's not the people who want the help and need the help and want to be in. It's those who don't.
But is it, so in other words, because there are services being offered, it's gathering that element that maybe is
Right,
using drugs,
exactly.
that has mental health issues in a specific location around those services.
Yes.
And so I know you said you've lived there for 16 years. You've had a lot of troubles. Have you ever thought about moving?
Yes, the second year I was there.
Okay. And what prevented you from being able to move?
Being told that I would not, I would have challenges because there was a shelter behind me. that if I didn't disclose it, I could be held liable if the person who bought my property, something happened to them. And also being told that I would have to sell it at a loss because nobody was going to buy that home knowing it was right behind a homeless shelter.
And so not being able to sell your home, to be able to, you know, obtain that cash, being able to pass your property down, you know, because of the value or something like that to move, does that affect your housing stability?
Yes,
And
it does.
Yeah. Okay. So before you lived there, where had you lived? Did you own another home or was this?
No, it was my first home.
So overall, let's see. One second here. And during the time that you've been there, and specifically, I guess, since 107 Long Lane Breaking Bread has opened, what has been the impact that you've seen in the commercial businesses directly around there?
The beauty salon closed. My sister used to go to her. She said she could not, her clients started complaining about parking and trying to walk there and come out being panhandled or sometimes aggressive behavior. And again, it's typically from men. And they didn't feel safe. And she was losing business. And so she did say she was going to close, and she did close. I learned last week that the coffee shop that was down there, they closed because they said that their business had slacked off because the people in the neighborhood used to walk down there in the morning and get a cup of coffee. Some are our neighbors. I don't drink coffee. They do. They don't do it anymore.
And so, and for you personally, since this facility opened at 107, which we can assume is going to have a similar operation based on the testimony if they move across the street, have you changed your patterns of behavior at all?
I watch myself before I go out the door, you know, open my garage, being concerned if somebody's on the side, because that became the norm of how to operate, living like that. And so it's uncomfortable. It really is uncomfortable. Or if I have someone coming over, they'll call me a girlfriend before they get out the car, you know, or it's, nobody should have to live like that. I didn't feel comfortable in my house, and I did not. It cost me to put additional investment in, replacing fencing to raise it, putting in cameras, alarm systems, expenses that I didn't have the money for.
But was important for you?
Yes, because, exactly.
And again, linking it back to this particular application, because services are being offered in a non-zoning compliant facility that's attracting this,
Right.
These problems.
Right. And not just the individuals who are severe drug usage or severe mental illness, but it does bring bad actors, additional bad actors in the community. You know, looking to commit crimes because they think, oh, it's a shelter here. They're not going to think, you know, anything of it. And again, it's not the people who are inside who want the help or who aren't, they're not out loitering, walking around and checking people's car doors or breaking them cars or things like that. Those aren't the people that are doing it.
And so as a 16-year resident of Upper Darby, do you think that this shelter operating at 7200 Chestnut Street would improve the economic viability of the vitality of the area?
No,
Do you think it would be an improvement to your quality of life?
no,
Do you think that it would promote other businesses opening up in that building or in the surrounding area?
no, not unless it was similar built businesses as a shelter.
And is there anything else you would like to add about your personal experience, or that you would just like the board to know?
I'm just tired of it. I'm really just tired of it, really. Because if I could sell it and get what I paid for it, I'd be gone. Because the people who advocate, the activists, the owners of them who run them, they never look at all of it. They get into this do-good thing, and it's about, you know, harm, reducing trauma and all that kind of stuff. They never take into consideration the people who live in these communities and what they're attracted to a community. Again, not blaming the folks who need the help and want the help and they're inside, because they're not roaming the streets because they've already been out in the streets and they know what that's like. It's the ones who don't want to be inside and they want to be out doing whatever it is they want to do. And those are the people we deal with all the time. And it's only going to increase if it expands and they get more space or whatever, because she's mentioned on time and time again in so many newspaper articles, she's looking to expand. You know, so how many is too many shelters in one community?
So you, and again, there's already a day shelter operating out of this facility. And so now this would be two similar facilities in one building. providing similar care
Right.
for people who are homeless. And I just want to, you know, as a general statement, I know you're not opposed to people having housing.
No.
It's people having housing in a way that impacts your quality of life and your housing availability.
Right.
Is that all your questions for
I
Ms.
think
Nunn?
that's it.
Okay. Mr. Burns, do you have questions for Ms. Nunn? Okay, if you can come up to the side microphone here.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, the minute I moved in. It was behind me, Connect by Night.
Oh, thank you. You also mentioned that after Connect shut down, the prevalence of individuals on your property decreased. Is that right?
Yes. It wasn't daily anymore.
And have you noticed any individuals, any clients who my client serves at your property?
Excuse me?
Have you noticed any residents of 107 Long Lane at your property?
I don't know who's in 107 Long Lane.
Fair enough. You knew who was at Connect, so I thought you might know who was at 107 as well. You mentioned that you aren't opposed to individuals seeking services who want the services and stay in the shelter. Is it possible that with the decrease of individuals on your property, with the closing of Connect, that the clients that my client serves are those individuals who stay in the shelter and are seeking the services?
I'm sorry, say this again?
Sure. My client operates at 107 Long Lane. You made the statement that you're not opposed to individuals having housing, individuals who, I believe you used the phrase, stay in the shelter. Is it possible that the individuals who my client serves stay in the shelter, to use your words?
I don't know all the clients she serves. I don't know how many people come up there. I see her advertise on her Facebook page for come and join us for dinner. They may not be the ones that are staying there at night. They may eat there, but then they're what? They're outside. Where are they going? You know, if they're not the ones that the state has said that she has to house, but everybody's welcome because she says it all the time. So that means anybody can come into that shelter and eat or seek a service. They may not be able to stay there at night, but then where do they go? They've come up here. Now they're here.
Just to note for the record, the statement "they come up here," every client that, every resident at 107 Long Lane is a resident of either Upper Darby or the township. No further questions. Thank you.
I have some other parties to go through first. Ms. Santiago, do you have any questions for Ms. Nunn?
Yeah, ooh.
So you can just come up to this side microphone here. Just an opportunity for questions.
My name is Yvette Santiago. I've been homeless for a long time.
Can I determine if she's
question
going to ask a
is-
question first before you object? And so, Ms. Santiago, this is just, and I understand that you have a lot of emotions wrapped up in this, but this right now is just questions for Ms. Nunn, and then we can give you an opportunity later for a statement, okay?
My question for you is, I don't, my question is, do you have a heart?
Stop. What? Hold on, stop. The dramatics aren't appreciated. You can object without outbursts. I'm going to sustain the objection, though. Your questions need to be relevant to the use or her testimony. I understand what you're asking, but if we can keep it to the zoning matters here. This isn't a conversation about, and that's for everybody who's going to testify. This isn't a conversation about wrong and right. This isn't a conversation about moral and amoral or all that. We're talking about use and zoning in this context. And that's what all of our questions and our testimony need to be relevant to, okay?
Mhm. My question is to you. Have you witnessed for the past few years that you have not been there? Have you ever witnessed harassment
Have I ever experienced harassment in the last 2 years?
from our shelter?
I don't know if they're from your shelter. I don't know who comes in and goes out of there. I don't live across the street. I'm not watching, I don't know. They could have been in there eating with you and left out. Again, I'm talking about the folks who, severe drugs, severe mental illness. Those are the people we have encountered.
That is not us. No, thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, sir. Well, good evening again. Good evening, young lady. How are you? Have you ever stopped at the Breaking Bread to have dinner with us since you said you're on Facebook and saw the advertisement about being a neighbor?
Can you answer the question?
No.
Okay. So you're talking about economical impact and not customers or stores not receiving impact from us being there. Well, you're kind of off on that because I go to his restaurant a lot. Well, a couple times. I shop at the store next door. I pay taxes on that stuff. I was asking, where did you see the financial impact of businesses? Did you notice it yourself? Do you have a business?
Just spoken to the people who own the businesses. I know them. They're neighbors.
Okay, I've been here since 1972.
God bless you.
I think I've given a little leeway for both sides to make state. Okay. So understood. I'm going to pause for just a second. I know we have plenty to do on this application, and there are several other applications after this. There are 5 more, I believe, we have to look at. I'm going to give the option now since we're at 9 o'clock. Is there any body from 7-3, 7-5, 7-6, 7-7, or 7-8 that would like to request a continuance to our August date so that you don't have to wait until we get to you this evening?
Yes.
Sir, if you can come up to the microphone, please. Sorry to pivot Bridget in the middle of this, but
Good evening, Robert Datner on behalf, I'm the attorney representing number 575 of 24.
it's 215
Angelina-
Huntley.
Yes.
Okay.
I would request a continuance. It's
Is there anybody here this evening for 215 Huntley? 215 Huntley. Right, is there any objection from the board for a continuance here? You'll be granted, we will renotice and your client will be obligated to repost the property in advance of the August 27th hearing date.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. 7 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances? 2-3, 2-6, 2-7, 2-8, I'm sorry, 7-3, 7-6, 7-7, 7-8? Okay. Got brave soldiers here tonight. All right, we'll resume with our hearing on 7-9. Where are we? Ms. Powell, do you have any questions for Ms. Nunn? Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. Ms. Nunn, you stated that crime rates and drug use and mental health affects the community negatively because people that aren't staying in the shelter are not using the services. How do you expect us in the shelter to get those people to use those services when they don't want them? Like,
I mean, would you prefer that Ms. Powell read it back, or?
Which was that it had the services we want people to community that maybe had this detrimental impact, not that it was directly related, to people staying in the shelter.
but that's exactly what she said.
I'm
It's
gonna,
okay. It's not an argument.
okay.
It's not an argument. It's
The
okay.
objection's noted. Can you
It's okay.
answer the can we answer the question though? However it's going to be phrased, whether it's the services or
again.
the people that have brought the detrimental impact? Can you
Say this again?
ask your question again?
You stated that, because since the Breaking Bread is open, that the crime rates have gone up, mental health, and people that are not using Breaking Bread services are connected to us somehow so that we should have a way to get them to come into the shelter and get the services.
What I said is that my issue is not with the people who stay in and want the services, want the help. It's the ones who do not. They don't go in, any shelter, Breaking Bread or anybody else. They are going to loiter. They are going to do whatever they do in the communities that are closest by, the residents that are closest by. That's what I said. So to ask me, how do you give those people, so you can't help people who don't want to be helped.
But that's what I'm saying. You are not
Hold
fighting
on,
with the people who.
just questions.
I'm sorry.
Just questions.
You're not fighting with the people that are in the shelter. You're fighting with the people who are not in the shelter. And that is everywhere in Delaware County. How much money are you going to lose on a house that's already losing money anyway? You're using that.
Ms. Powell.
I'm sorry. You're right.
So-
I'm sorry.
so
You're
it's
right.
okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And you're going to have an opportunity to testify and make your own argument.
And if
So
you've been here for 16 years, Connect by Night brought those people into the community. How is it affecting the community when they offer us help? I spend all my money and my food stamps at the store next door. We are members of this community. I go out there personally and clean up. Do you come across and clean up out on
I
72?
clean outside of my home where I live at. That's what I'm responsible for, keeping clean. And my neighbors, if I'm out there getting up leaves or whatever, that's where I clean. I don't go all the way down a street or anybody's street to clean down that street, because the people who live down there should be out there cleaning.
And we do. Well, I do. I can't speak for everybody. I do. But I don't understand then, if you're not worried about what's going on down the street, why is it a big deal that we're still there?
I think you
Oh, you're
I
right.
think you've made a point here.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you,
You
Ms.
don't have to
Powell.
apologize for speaking your truth, whatever, that truth is.
Your opportunity for a redirect.
I just want to clarify what your statement was, because it seems to be misinterpreted over and over again.
It's always
The
the case.
issue is that the services are attracting people to the community who aren't necessarily remaining in the shelter, correct?
Right.
And by offering the auxiliary services, can you explain some of the services that Breaking Bread offers that you see advertised online beyond the long-term residents?
Having meals. I think some partnerships with some of the mental health services. That's about it. I can't think of anything.
But it's not there. You've seen advertisements for things beyond permanent shelter, correct?
No.
Okay. And so the issue is not necessarily with the people who they're placing into long-term care, but that's not everyone. That's a small portion of the people that are utilizing their services, as you understand it, correct?
Right.
Okay. Let's see. There seems to be, you testified that when Connect was in back of your property, you had a lot of issues, correct? And then when they left, there was less. And since Breaking Bread has arrived, you've seen an uptick, correct?
Right.
So that's the timeline, is that there was problems with the homeless shelter that was there before. It closed down, you saw improvements, a new shelter opened up, you saw a new detrimental impact. Just wanted to clarify that. And then, Ms. Nunn, I just want to ask you, and I apologize if this is like a little too personal, but have you yourself ever been homeless?
Yes.
So you understand the struggles
Yes, I do.
of these people that are facing housing
Right.
insecurity. And you did, in fact, purchase your home to try to maintain housing security for you and your family going forward, correct?
Yep, exactly.
As an investment in your future?
Yes.
And has this, and I know I'm going to just phrase this a little bit differently, but this impacts the value of your home and your stability in your own home, correct?
Yes.
So we're gonna give the board an opportunity to ask questions now. And I'm just going to note for the record as the board prepares, I failed to give the board an opportunity to ask Ms. Senna questions. So after Ms. Nunn's done, we're going to bring you back up to allow the board to ask questions.
Hi, thank you. So my first question is related to your observations about from Connect by Night to Breaking Bread. So since Breaking Bread has opened, you've noticed an uptick in individuals that are how do I say this? That you've had an issue with, so to speak. Like since they've opened, you've noticed. And you're saying that you're saying that it's directly related to the services that they're providing.
It's directed to what it attracts into the community.
Okay.
The people who come who don't want to stay in.
Okay.
You know,
Are they the only organization providing these services in the community?
no, now there's the one across the street that used to be Connected. It's given itself a different name, but providing the same services.
Besides shelters themselves, are there any other organizations that might be providing similar services in our community?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Are you aware that 69th Street Terminal is one of the largest transportation terminals in the entire region?
Yes.
Do you believe that the accessibility for the entire region has any impact or effect on people's movements in and out of our community?
I don't know, I'm not a transportation specialist.
Okay. I guess my question is, have you observed a lot of people coming in and out of our community that use our public transit systems?
I don't catch public transportation.
Okay, that's not my question. Yeah, thank you. I think that's all the questions I had. Do you have any? Okay.
Hi, Ms. Nunn. I just need clarity around a few things. So was the Connect organization there when you purchased your house?
Yes.
And were you aware of them before
No.
you purchased it? So you didn't do research to see just what's in the neighborhood, not even looking for shelters, but just what's in the neighborhood, or your realtor didn't give you any insight to that?
The realtor didn't even know they were there. The sign on the building says an accountant firm, which it was, on 2 of the floors. Connect was renting space in the basement.
Okay. And at what point did you find out? Shortly after you moved
Shortly
in?
after, it wasn't long after coming out first you see somebody on your step, you shrug it off. You just think, oh, somebody just walking by, stop. And they're sitting there or whatever, and then you know something's wrong with people because of how they say things or how they act.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you start, it's every day. And then you start seeing the needles.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have them hanging on the side of your garage, and it's constant.
So I know you say you weren't aware of the organization Connect being there, but how soon after moving in and purchasing your house did you realize something's not right, or, I don't feel safe going to my house? Because I'm thinking you stated that you've been there 16 years and, you can't believe what people say. You can't sell your house. You're going to take a loss, even if it's factual, if you did the research. why not make a change early on when you realized what was going on? Because I'm sure they didn't, 16 years ago, I'm sure it wasn't the way it is now.
I talked to enough realtors, and that's what they do. I didn't just talk to one. I talked to a couple
Mhm,
and pretty much got this consensus from everybody.
mhm.
So I would have been walking away at a loss.
And how soon after moving in did you get that feedback?
I said, well, I start looking to sell in the second year because I was like, this is not going to go away. And then to find out from neighbors that had been there, I can't remember the date, they said, years before I moved in there. But nobody
Were-
ever said anything when I first moved in and met the neighbors. Nobody mentioned it.
That's what I was just going to ask you. Did you see any of your neighbors jumping ship because of the change?
My next door neighbor, he moved, he couldn't sell. He didn't want to take the loss. He rented it out for 3 years.
Mhm.
And then he eventually sold it. And he took the loss. I have another neighbor who just decided to abandon his house. He doesn't live there anymore.
And this was up to 2 years after you moved in when all this was starting to change.
He actually moved the year I moved in
Okay.
and closed it off. And I had known him. And then I had a neighbor say, well, he just moved and left the building, left the house. He didn't try to sell it. He just moved. He was disgusted.
So that could, I don't know, I know you probably see it because it's on your block, but that could be hearsay, if you yourself didn't make any attempts to try to sell, to see for yourself, did you do that?
Again,
Versus what
I
realtors?
contacted numerous realtors in my second year in. And the consensus was the same. Yeah, you sell, you're going to sell at a loss, if you can sell it at all. Because if you don't disclose that there is a shelter behind you, if something happens to someone, you're going to be liable.
So, yeah, that's sad that they said that to you. Because you may have taken a chance had you not gotten that feedback to
Yeah, I sure would
to
have.
jump ship earlier.
Yes.
Another question, I think someone mentioned about how, 69th Street is a major hub and, people come from a lot of places through 69th Street for whatever the reason is. And do you think some people are just hovering, even though they may not be going to Breaking Bread? They're just hovering in the area, just roaming. And I understand if you're seeing the same faces, and I think I heard you say you're not saying that it's the Breaking Bread people, but you're saying, in clarity's sake, I want to make sure I understand. You're saying that since they are there, because when Connect left, it died down, but then when they came in, it picked up again. So are you saying that you believe that they could be coming from there?
Again, I'm not talking about the people who go in there.
I got you.
And
Mhm.
for services.
I understand.
And who want to stay in, or whoever that the state works it, where these are the people assigned as a facility. I'm talking about individuals who come up into the community because they know that place is there.
Mhm.
And maybe it's to get a meal, or maybe it's to ask about a resource, but they have no interest in being inside,
Mhm.
and they loiter.
And maybe it's not. I mean, I'm just saying, could it maybe not be
Yeah, two
those
things can
people?
be true.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
You're welcome. What?
Clarity, there's some information that might help with your answers, for your questions that I would like to ask. Oh, I thought you were done. I apologize. Sure, no problem. Didn't mean to.
On my one question, so in the very beginning of your testimony, you kind of reiterated it again. You mentioned that you weren't able to, that you're selling your property, you would have to sell your property at a loss because if you have to disclose that there is a shelter nearby, and then no one's going to want to buy a resident that's so close to a shelter because of all the problems that would come. And if you didn't disclose it, you'd be in legal trouble. You then also just testified earlier that you were not disclosed, that Connect by Night was there. Why didn't you seek legal recompense for that act?
Because my understanding is that the individual whom I got the house from had passed away. He had been there 40-something years. So I don't know that what do you call it, people who buy properties and flip them or whatever, bought 'em, I don't know if they were aware of it.
But it was never disclosed to you.
No,
So-
it was not.
I don't want to necessarily go down a rabbit hole with this. I don't know
That's fine.
the degree of relevancy to the relief being requested.
No, okay, so, but related to the property itself, so we're talking about the shelter moving from basically where it currently is, where it has been approved by the zoning hearing board to operate across the street. Not far, just across the street. Do you have any substantial proof that this specific facility is directly tied to the increase of the populations that you're mentioning in the community? Substantial proof, not just testimony, I mean like pictures, anything?
What? Stand out and take, videotape to see who's coming and going? What are you asking me?
I guess my question is, I think it's been reiterated multiple times throughout a lot of the testimony tonight, is that the people that are operating in the shelter basically are staying there. The 16 individuals are staying there. Whether we want to get into the temporary or permanent conversation, that's I'm not getting into that. But that there are 16 people that reside there, they stay there. Basically, it's the same people every single night over and over and over again. You're mentioning that there are people that you've noticed, they're the same people that went to Connect by Night, right? You're saying that you're seeing them again?
Yeah, some of them.
Okay. And those same people are currently out on the streets. So then likely not associated with Breaking Bread.
Well, define associated. If they go in
Well-
there to eat, does that not make them associated? If they're going in there to ask a question or maybe get service or inquiring about something they may be eligible for, maybe they want a bed and there's no bed. I mean, so when you say associated, what are you asking me?
Well, the township could be providing similar services now.
We're not going to go into a back and forth here.
Yeah, that's all I needed to. Thank you.
Is there something you wanted to redirect on?
Before you bought your home, you did visit the property at different times of day, different times of the week, all sorts of things, the things that
Yes, I did.
would be suggested if you're, okay. And you had told me before that a large part of this change was that after you purchased your home, Connect expanded their operations, correct?
They started allowing, my understanding from my neighbor was that they were never supposed to allow people to stay in at night or something.
Okay.
And that was the influx that I happened to move into. The folks who were coming, and there was no space.
So the operation changed after the purchase.
Right. And again, that's from what I've been told, because I wasn't there prior to when they got there. I can only go by what the neighbors say who are already living there.
Thank you, that was all I just
All
wanted to
right.
clarify.
Thank you, Ms. Nunn.
You're welcome.
All right. Do you have another witness?
Did you want to bring Ms. Sanders up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I do, but.
Okay. Yeah, we'll bring Ms. Senna back up for any questions from the board. Thank you. Does the board have questions for Ms. Senna?
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry for dragging you back up. Reading through the packet, I think we're looking at exhibit, is this D? And so this is the findings of the facts, the summaries from the prior case. I was obviously not here, so. But you had testified that the emergency housing would be open all day, 24 hours a day. Is your current facility open all day, 24 hours a day?
No, it's not.
Okay. And your current hours of operation are
From 5 p.m. to 11 a.m.
5 p.m. to 11 a.m., sorry. Okay. And you testified that your residents go across the street to, I'm so sorry, I forgot the organization.
Share, yes.
To share during the day. Sorry.
Project Share during the day.
Do you have any, and do you know, each one of your residents, that's exactly where they're going every single day?
Yes, we do know, and we also partner with them and talk to their social workers. We are, because we're providing the same people with resources, so we're in
A
communication.
lot of crosstalk.
Mhm.
Gotcha. My question, I think the one question that came up at hand is how do you promote your current resources and services to the greater community?
So mostly that is through Delaware County, because again, we take people from the county. So the county puts out a booklet of resources that are available, but you still need to go through Community Action Agency to get on the wait list, and then the county directs people specifically to the 3 different shelters in the county. So we don't promote it otherwise because it's a system that the county demands.
Do you currently take any walk-ins?
If we have space and it's an emergency, such as like Code Blue or Code Red.
And what does the capacity look like for that?
So it's not much capacity. So it's usually about 1 extra bed that we have in the case of an emergency.
So just 1 bed in
Yes.
case of emergency. And how often would you, I mean, this is a general question, but how often would you say that you utilize that 1 bed?
I think it varies. Usually based on the weather. So I think when it's really hot or really cold and a police officer brings someone in, then that is more likely to be used. But we often aren't getting that from a police officer or otherwise.
And do you do any activities or services outside your brick and mortars, so to speak?
Can you clarify that question?
Yeah. Do you do any forms of like outreach into the community beyond your brick and mortar?
Oh, yes. So we do monthly neighborhood cleanups where we partner with the community around us. And we provide the cleaning material, bags and gloves and things, and brooms. And other businesses around us provide food. And so we do that once a month. We also do a legal aid clinic in the building 7200 Chestnut. So we've been operating there for free for a very long time, not doing overnight shelter, but operating resources. And we open up the legal aid clinic to the entire community. Anybody who is in need of free legal support can come. That's once a month. It's a partnership with Legal Aid of Southeastern Pennsylvania and also Villanova University law students. We do other things like we have pet pantries for food for people who we open that up to anyone who's in need of that. And we also have a variety of other resources that sometimes we do with the whole community. We also have like once a month we have a food truck come and they feed the they offer food to the whole community. It's a way of like building goodwill, and I think we have actually made close friends with our neighbors. One of them next door to us works for us now as a carpenter, and the other has a business that we frequent very often. And so I think there was some resistance when we came in, but now because of the outreach we do, they are part of our community too.
And do you do any type of outreach down to 69th Street?
No, but our partners do.
Okay, but you as an organization do not?
No.
And do you do any free food giveaways, clothing drives, or any services down at 69th Street that would attract people into the community?
We don't, no.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Senna.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I wanted to, again, I'm all about clarity and making sure I understand completely. Do you ever see, I don't know if you're there, do you ever see some of the folks that Ms. Nunn was referring to just roaming, hovering in the vicinity, day or evening? Or does your security people ever notice that?
So I don't know where Miss Nunn lives or who she's referencing, but I do know that Upper Darby is experiencing an uptick in homelessness, as is the entire nation. And as our homeless rates rise, unfortunately, we have people who are sleeping outside in various places. A lot of times it is because there's not enough shelter beds available. Again, there's a 300-person wait list. And so that's a massive problem that the whole country is having. I'm not familiar, though, with the specific people that Ms. Nunn is referencing.
Does any of your residents ever mention that they see folks or people kind of hanging out?
No.
Okay, okay. And it sounds like you're heavily involved with the community, from what you were just saying to Kyle here. And would you
Yeah.
confirm that?
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yes. So we came in a year before we opened our doors. We were searching for a property because the county said we had to be walking distance of 69th Street Station. And there was very limited options. It was during the pandemic. And in the year prior to opening our doors, it was incredibly important to us that we started to get to know the people in the community who were doing this work on the ground. I think that's what it is to be a good partner. You don't come into a community and say, like, thank God I'm here. You go where people are doing this work and build partnerships. I'm grateful for the partnership of Paula Ann Sabatino, who's here, and Recovery Without Barriers, who they do outreach at 69th Street Station. And so for about a year before we opened, I went down there, learned from them and the work that they were doing, and also got to meet a lot of people who are unhoused in the area. I think that was really important for us. When we opened, people had trust in us. It's very difficult for people to trust shelters. They don't know what to expect. Maybe they'd been harmed somewhere, I'm not sure. But because we had been already doing this community outreach as a way of coming into the community and getting to know our neighbors and our partners and who is doing the work around here, it really helped us when we opened to be stronger partners of the county, of the township, and we continue to do that outreach even today.
And my final question, very quickly, is it sounds like you don't just come up with these, and I'm sure you do come up with great ideas, but you don't just come up with a process or ideas and implement them. Everything, it sounds like, is dictated through the county or the state. You have to take direction from a higher, maybe 2 steps higher up, and then you implement. Is that
Yes, that's
correct?
exactly correct. For better and worse. The county pays for our operations, and so everything that we do really has to be approved by the county, including our hours. So I believe the question was asked about our hours, and that I testified that we would be open 24 hours a day. But the county right now has been struggling to get the resources for us to be open all day, and so we would like to be, but the county doesn't have that. So everything, yes, is dictated to us by the county because the county is responsible for our funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Senna. No. Where are we? Your next witness.
I do. Diane Reynolds.
So Diane, Diane or Diana?
Diane.
Diane, okay, sorry about that. Can you just say what your address is? You live on the same block?
I
Long
do.
Lake, right?
I live at one. Can I start? Okay. I live at 131. It's a family home for 65 years. So I've been coming here since, I don't know, high school, 62. So I've seen the changes in the neighborhood. When I moved in, my uncle was living in the house and he moved to Jeanette Court so I could take care of him. Refurbished the home. Didn't know that Connect was right next door. But it wasn't long before I did. And this was during the opioid and the OxyContin and all those kinds of drugs that were really devastating in our immediate neighborhood. So there were fights starting at 1 a.m. My fence out front was broken 3 times. Police were constantly there. And I prayed that they would move, and they did. So they moved over to 7200, and the problems dissipated. So it was okay. There was the regulars that have been in Upper Darby for years. Everybody seems to know them by the first name. The next thing we know is 2 years later, or so, all of a sudden the traffic up by my home, because they walk right by. There's a lot of advertising by Breaking Bread. What the good work they're doing, where they're located, what the building looks like, and so forth. So many times I'm out front and the homeless come up because they go to Breaking Bread, they can't get in, they're filled. So they're up in Upper Darby, they don't know where they are because the shelter is in all the directories. I've spoken to the homeless that come up because they think they'll go try Connect Again, which is right next door to me, but they're no longer there. So they'll say, oh, I don't know where I am. They've been invited to come up to this community, and then they're here, and they don't know where they're going. Also, the problem now on Long Lane is that both sides of the streets are blocked. And we're a community of young families with young mothers, children, same community that's always been. Immigrants coming in, raising their families, using our schools or medical facilities, and then they move on or they've stayed, and they're generational homes also. Zoning has made a lot of homes rental property. That causes a different thing. So I've had homeless come up, stop by my fence, ask me, like, do you know where Connect is? Do you know how to get services? All night long, there can be cop cars out front. There can be ambulances going down the street because people have been injured and there's fights. So the problem's not the 17 people or 17 beds, but the promotion of the shelter has caused hundreds of people to come in here looking for beds or looking for something. And it's not available. And also the neighborhood now is inundated with issues of cleaning up after the people, damage, and so forth. So, sure you can.
Sorry, so specifically with Breaking Bread, I know that Ms. Nunn lives a little bit further away, but you're on the same floor. correct?
Yes.
And so you were just testifying, and I just want to confirm your testimony, that you're seeing people try to get services or getting services at Breaking Bread.
Yeah.
And then going and causing problems for you and your neighbors.
Yeah.
It is the people directly associated with this organization.
It's not that, it's the organization has been telling the wider community that they're offering services, they're emergency housing, they're 24 hours a day, it's in print, and that they come to seek out a meal or an overnight, and they don't offer, it's like a boutique shelter. There's
So where have you seen, I know you talked about like ads, newspaper articles, what specifically have you seen as just a resident of Upper Darby that would make you know, if you didn't live next door, right, if you didn't live a few houses down, how would you know? Like, what are the ads, what are the methods of communications that you see that are attracting these people? Is it on social media? Is it in
Well,
the news?
the
What is it?
interviews with WHYY, interviews with Delco Times, and they're every 2 months or 3 months at the most. It's a big newspaper article touting the benefits of the homeless shelter. Please come, we offer all these services. You can bring your pets, you can do all this kind of stuff. And it sounds wonderful, but, it's not available, really.
And so I would just like on that note, 1 second while I get some documents together. Sorry. So I'll give these, make them up. These are just a couple of, I don't know where your council. Sorry, I just wanted to give you a copy of what I'm handing out. Sorry about that. And so these are articles from Delco Times, and I believe WHYY as well.
Into these.
Do we have an objection to them?
Okay.
So these are just
Go ahead.
examples of what Diane is talking about, just so you don't think we're.
Just as long as she can testify to what they are.
So I just want to show you some of these.
Ms. Reynolds, have you seen these articles before?
Yes, I have, yes.
Have you seen any Facebook posts from Breaking Bread or Matt Danvers of the their services or anything else?
Oh, well, they have a Facebook page, so they do advertise on that. And they advertise when they're doing, you know, fundraising drives, you know, come one, come all to help. And that's understandable. You know, we're all professional women in my neighborhood. You know, I don't know about Section 8 problems or anything like that. But all in our group over here, we are professional people. We have our own businesses, and we've been really impacted. Plus the fact all these young families can't even come down Long Lane. Coming down here tonight, we had 3 homeless people on the bulkhead at 7200. None of them are residents at Breaking Bread. But they're here. Some of them have been here for years. I recognize them. But that means when you're walking down the street as a young mother pushing a stroller with your children, you're going to pass the homeless people on both sides of the street. And this is our major business thoroughfare. You know, I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, I have pets. And 4 o'clock in the morning on, you see workers going down Long Lane, heading down to 69th Street to this wonderful terminal that's now being refurbished, along with Garrett Road being refurbished. And all around, we're doing refurbishing, Township Building refurbished, Long Lane refurbished, you know, and then we have this situation.
So the people that you see outside who may not be staying at the shelter though, have you seen these people utilize the food truck or the other services that are being offered either by the current shelter in 7200 or Breaking Bread?
No, I think 7200, when they were Connect, they renamed themselves. When they were Connect, they were supposed to be just an administrative service. They weren't supposed to be showers and food, and it was horrendous. I mean, I had license and inspection come all the time because the trash cans and flies and all that kind of stuff. I've called Breaking Bread twice for them to clean up the back of their property. Overgrown, you know, bushes and rat traps and all kinds of stuff back there.
So in general, you know, so Breaking Bread's been there now for a couple of years.
Yeah.
They're your neighbors.
Never met them. They've never introduced
That's what's
themselves.
gonna be my first question. Before they opened, they were talking about all those community outreach. You live on the same block. Have you ever spoken to any member of their administrative or executive staff?
No,
Has the county ever talked to you?
no.
Because they keep saying this is Director Sweet County. To this day, did they talk to you before they put in this application?
No.
So in general, you're saying you've had no outreach to the community, to your neighbors, to the residents of the area?
Not any of us.
And so in general, I think your testimony is probably going to implicate this answer, but since Breaking Bread has entered this space and entered your community, have you seen any sort of beneficial impact? Have you seen your quality of life improve? Or has there been a negative impact? Or has it just been neutral?
I have to say it's overall negative because it's constant problem here on Long Lane. And so that means everybody from the 100 block of Long Lane, Copley, Ashby, all the way down, you cannot get to 69th Street without seeing the homeless on every street now. And they've been coming up because of the advertising.
And then my question for you is, have you had any interactions with current residents of Breaking Bread online that maybe were not so great?
Well, I did put a notice that we were having a meeting tonight. So a lot of people called me ugly names because they think I hate homeless
I'm
people.
sorry, why is this relevant?
Because it's relevant again because they're talking about the positive impact.
I don't
but
think
the
so.
residents are having negative.
I don't think social media interaction has anything to do, and I think it's hearsay, so I think we should move on from this question.
I would just ask that that person who's harassing my client is not allowed to cross it out.
We'll address that when we get to it.
So let's see here. You said you've lived in this house for multiple generations. What is your plan going forward for your house?
Well, my thought, because it's been generational, was supposed to go to my granddaughter. I have 2 legally blind granddaughters, and because of the services here in Upper Darby, it's easy to get around. The transportation bus stops right outside of my home. But I can't if the community is going to be like this. I mean, it's becoming more dangerous. We have to look both ways to come out of our home now, you know? It's just, you know, it's just, and this, we should supposed to have peace and the community, the township's supposed to give us security and peace, and that's not happened. Nor were we consulted about it.
And so, during the time you've lived there, has that property at 107 Long Lane, and also at 7200 Chestnut, have you seen businesses operate there that were compliant with zoning code?
Well, Planned Parenthood's there, yes. And it was a childcare service. And we have a lot of childcare services, and what does that indicate? We have a lot of workers. And they're going out to work every day, and they bring the children to be taken care of. And that's what we have on Long Lane. I think we have 3 or 4 of those.
And so just one to reiterate again, you know, you're talking about the safety of the overall community and of your block. And in your opinion, having more shelters, having expansion of shelters, having continuation of shelters in zoning districts that they're not permitted in, that are supposed to be for commercial businesses, that is negatively affecting your safety.
Yes. It's not like 63rd Street. This is a residential area.
Hold on, we're not doing group.
Anything else that you would like to add?
No, I think that's it. Thank you.
If there's maybe some last questions.
Okay. Ms. Santiago, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Crossan?
Again, I would object to him being
I'm not going to police things that happen outside this room, but I'll ask Mr. Crossan to be respectful in his questionings. And if he's not, I'll cut him off.
Just like I said to the other lady, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you? All right, my question for you is, did you always have to look twice coming out of your door?
Yes, because Connect was there. It's just chronic.
So back in the 70s when you were there, did you have to look twice?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
yeah.
Okay.
And the
Talking-
60s too, didn't have to.
Talking about walking down the street and seeing homeless people, have you personally walked down the street, and you can look, and seen anybody here or myself not allow anybody to walk by and say something rude or disrespectful to that individual? Has anybody done it to you?
I don't know who lives there.
I said, anyone?
Couple faces here, but I couldn't say that I would call them.
So you've never seen any of us
Never seen any of you, no.
on that street out here?
I don't walk
I'm
by
asking
it.
a question.
I do not walk
I
by
just
there.
was trying to specify the question. so
I
she
understand. I
understood.
think she's answered your question, Mr.
I don't-
Crossan. It's
Oh,
okay.
okay, thank
Please
you.
move on to the next question.
Sure, of course. So you've probably went on Facebook and you heard Channel 12 saying about the open house. True or not?
What open house?
About the open house, about not knowing,
I'm sorry, hold on.
Sorry.
He referenced the WHYY article that you've introduced. Okay.
So you were saying that you weren't invited,
No, I didn't say anything about that.
or nobody came from the organization
Talking about
and
when-
introduced themselves to you to come join, or
He wasn't finished the question.
I wasn't finished.
Organization wanted to, or we were talking about when the organization was coming into the township and was planning on opening here in the township. We received no notice.
So last time they got the permission to open up across the street, you never got no notice about that?
No,
And what happened with that?
they opened it, didn't they? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Powell, do you have any questions?
Good evening.
I wanted to, I was asking, I was sitting here listening to you tell everything, what was going on. And one of the things that caught my my attention was that you talk about the cleanup outside your house, the damage, the police presence, but you have a SEPTA bus stop directly on your corner where your house is. SEPTA is used by millions of people from Delaware County. I mean, SEPTA is one of the best in the world.
Ms. Powell,
So how do you know that it's breaking bread as opposed to SEPTA riders?
What? There's a bus stop for the working people, mostly Long Lane apartments or up and down.
Ma'am,
And they're going to work, and they got their lunch, or they got their purse and then stuff. The homeless people, or people who don't have a home, are walking.
Ma'am, I'm a homeless person who has a job.
While they're walking, well, these are people that are not you. I don't know.
They are me.
okay,
well,
well,
they're
hold on, we're not going to argue. We're just going to
It's
let,
hard to understand why someone can say
I-
these people.
I understand, Ms. Powell, just,
We do not provide office services 24 hours. I've never seen that in any of our paperwork or anything. So I would like to know where you saw that we had 24-hour services. But that's a question. Where did you see it? Because I want to go see it myself.
I think the attorney's objection is that Ms. Reynolds didn't mention the 24-hour services in her testimony.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's a
Right.
guide that has that.
Eh,
in it.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Mr. Burns, did you have an opportunity to cross-examine? Okay, board questions?
Okay. So, okay, my first question is, and I feel like we kind of gotten away from it. I know I mentioned a couple questions about it, but I mean, obviously, we're talking about specifically the use of the facility, the transference of the facility from one location to the other. They were approved with their prior variance to do these services and resources. This application is specifically about the transfer of those services across the street. Is there any significant change from the current situation for you? I mean, we can talk about how severe or not severe, or it's gotten worse, or it hasn't gotten worse, but is there anything specifically that will get worse if they move across the street?
If they move off.
Across the street, which
Across
is the
the
building
street.
that they are looking to move.
Well, now they'll be all the way around the corner, people are sitting also. And the other thing is that they're a larger space, concern for continuance. I understand that the petitioner said they aren't going to continue after the 8 months or 1 year lease. Then they'll come back perhaps and extend it. We wondered why they wanted extra space. We were told tonight that that's the only space available. But the continued advertising of services will increase the amount of people coming up in here.
I do want to,
Expand. So I don't know, I think we need less advertising of the services.
I do want to say that like this board is not, I'm going to overstep you. I know you're going to get mad at me. We cannot police free speech or the operations of a business. This is not our jurisdiction to police free speech. So I just want to be specific about the promotional aspect as a conversation. I understand that as it relates to whether or not it's changing the character of the neighborhood, but as it relates to our board and our power, beyond our purview. Okay, so that I just wanted to.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? Just based on Ms. Jennings' testimony or Ms. Reynolds' testimony. You had mentioned that you did believe that the advertisement brought, I believe you said, hundreds of people to the area looking for beds. Is that correct? Or many
Well,
people?
there's been a
Maybe you
lot
didn't say
of-
hundreds.
I think it's because surrounding communities have displaced their homeless population. So since May, there's been an increase in traffic on Long Lane.
But you did say that you believe that people are essentially, a summary of your testimony, people are flocking here because they know that there's shelter facilities?
Well, it's advertised as such.
Okay. Have you talked to the people that you encounter on the street or observe on the street to see why they're here, or or how they arrived?
Yes,
You have?
Yes.
You've conducted interviews of individuals?
but I'm right on the street. And they come walking past 107 all the way up across Sampson, and I'm right there. So, and I'm in my front yard with my pets. And they all, "Oh, hi, ma'am, how you doing?" And the next thing you know, they're asking me, "Where's Connect?" And then I'll give them indication. And you know, whether they go there or not. And it happens on a weekly basis. And there's some, I don't want to go outside half the time because I don't know these people. And they need, obviously they need assistance.
And so these are primarily people asking where Connect is?
Well, they've gone to Breaking Bread and they're filled.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kyle.
And so I guess one of my very limited, I'm just gonna try to keep it short. Actually, that's impossible at this point. Sorry. So if we're talking about the shelter, and we're talking about, I don't want to reiterate myself. Would you agree that there's a question about not enough beds and services being that people are coming to this area, or according to your testimony, people are coming to this area seeking services and resources, correct?
Well, because they've been notified through print or verbal or word of mouth that go to 69th Street, maybe you can get services up in there.
And you also have heard the testimony from the shelter that most of their operations are funded by the county.
Yes, they did say, and HUD loan, HUD grants and
Yes,
things like that.
yeah. And that you also know that they don't have enough beds and they don't have enough resources and services for those individuals, right?
Pardon me?
They don't have enough beds or resources and services for those individuals that are coming here and therefore being turned away onto the streets.
Well,
And that's leading to the problems that you're discussing.
if they had fixed their place up, they originally said they were going to have 30 beds in there.
Would 30 beds have solved the problem?
30 beds is never, I mean, if you're asking people to come to our community that are from outside of our community, it'll never stop.
Well, I guess there's two statements to that. One, that that Breaking Bread does not, they've stated multiple times that they do not have people that are outside of Delaware County or Upper Darby in their shelter.
That's a recent change. I mean, that's a new law, I think, was passed that they couldn't take, I'm not Breaking Bread, I'm just saying overall shelters. I think they have to stay within their own community as far as residents are concerned or the people they take in.
Okay, and do you know that for a fact?
Well, I think Ms. Senna mentioned that in her testimony, that they can only take people in that live in this community.
Okay, yes, she did mention that.
So these people are coming from outside of our community.
I guess my question is, a lot of the concern seems to have recently been about there not being enough beds and not enough services because there are people that clearly need them that are either already here or, as you were mentioning, you're noticing people that are coming from outside, but we have no evidence specifically that the ones that they're serving are from.
Well, I talked to one fellow who was from Colorado. Unbelievable. You know, I mean, there are people that are homeless, but they don't need any extra medical services. They're just homeless. And they can be traveling around the country. And there's a directory of homeless shelters. And Breaking Bread's on the top line, first one.
So I guess my question is just like the relevance of obviously homeless people exist and that a homeless shelter would obviously serve homeless people. So I guess my question is the relevance to this specific application moving across the street, how that is going to impact if there's no change to promotion, if there's no change to anything, how them moving across the street is changing a neighborhood that has clearly been stated through multiple testimonies, has always been like this for a while.
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, is that a correct assessment of everything that we've been hearing tonight?
That it would be no different.
Well, it was mentioned that Connect by Night has been here for a long time.
Connect by Night now changed. So they're not offering the same services that they did.
No,
before.
but in the past, they did, right?
Well, and they were doing that illegally. They hadn't gotten the zoning
That's not,
variance for that. Nobody was checking. See, the thing is, license and inspection or whoever is supposed to check up to make sure that the organization that gets the variance actually complies with it for the entire term. Who does that? I don't know.
We're not
Don't have
here
any
to
further
debate
questions. Yeah.
Connect's operations. We've been talking a lot about Connect. I'm not sure why it is not relevant to the request tonight.
Well,
They're in the same building. I don't understand how that's relevant to the use.
right.
Right. I'm going to say, I don't think we should have any more testimony on Connect tonight unless it's
You mentioned
directly
Connect today.
relevant to the request, the use variance that's requested tonight. I think we've gotten pretty far afield. We've given a lot of leeway about this, and it's just their operations and their history, and LNI's enforcement of anything related to Connect is completely irrelevant to the request tonight.
Yeah, I do have a couple questions. Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of go to the questions that I posed to Ms. Nunn. When you noticed the change in your neighborhood, and I'm just gonna assume you somewhat understood the change because it was related to these types of organizations coming in. I don't remember all the names, but we're talking about Breaking Bread right now. Did you consider, and I heard you also say this is a family house, did you consider, okay, maybe I should move? Not that you should have to, but maybe I want to get out because of the neighborhood changing. And you know, evolution, everything's changing and all over the world. Did you ever think about that? Or what did you think?
Well, of course it has crossed your mind because it's from 1 o'clock in the morning on Long Lane. It's crazy.
Crazy related to,
Well, police cars, sirens and ambulances and so forth, you know.
okay, so outside of Breaking Bread.
I don't really think that it is the residents who own their homes and have worked hard to get them and are paying the taxes should be considering that they need to move because the county thinks that we should have a homeless shelter here. Why would I want to break up my home and move? That's directly against what the township's supposed to be doing for the people who own here, pay taxes, keep their property up, send their kids to schools. You know, we should move and the homeless shelter should stay.
But I'm not saying that that's an option. I'm just asking you, did you think about like Ms. Nunn did?
Well, as Sabrina Nunn said, property values, you're not going to get it. You're just not going to get it. That's it. It's ruined. It's ruined. Our investments have really taken a hit.
So you saw, as I said to her as well, if you recognize that there's such a drastic change, did you think about getting out sooner rather than, or maybe riding the wave? Like, I'm just trying to see where's your thought. Not that you should move because of these centers coming into the neighborhood. I'm just wondering, did you even think about that? Was that an option? And if it were not, I understand. And if it were, what was your outcome because you're still
Well, it's
there?
getting more of an option because, with this traffic coming into our neighborhood has changed our neighborhood. It has made it unsafe.
Traffic relating to the shelter? Or just traffic period? Long Lane's a busy
people who
street.
don't live here. I don't know where they would live or they don't live or whatever, but it's just that, our streets and our alleys, are just being affected. And, I don't think that the residents who own the homes should have to move.
And what would the move, piggybacking Kyle's question,
I'm sorry.
what impact would the move from one location to the other across the street, how would that?
I don't even know at my age if I could get a loan for a new place.
No, the move of the shelter from 107 to 7200. How would that change things? Maybe make it worse or for the worse? What's the concern about the move? Because again, that's what this is about.
Just the amount of people that will be and continuing to come, and it'll be advertised. We now have 5,780 square feet versus
Okay, so
2,900.
it's temporary, so now
mean, they say
they're
they're
gonna
not gonna
go
take
back
any
to
more people in.
107. So when they go back to 107,
That's
what
what
will
they
be the
said, yeah.
concern? Yeah, what would be the concern for you when they go back? You're saying that they're gonna grow and have more people come now?
They may. I mean, that's what happened with Connect.
Exactly,
It
they
grew,
may.
it got out of, nobody was watching, it got out of control. Yeah.
So outside of having more people, but then they have to go back to a smaller location, what's the concern? I think I hear you saying the concern is going to this large space. Maybe they're gonna stay with all these people, but the plan is to go back. It's for 8 months to a year.
I suppose it's because of trust. We've never had any outreach. Nobody's contacted us personally. Nobody has befriended us in any way. So when you have that kind of us against them, they're partnered with every other outreach service, which is wonderful. And they have partnerships and it's great. But they have no partnerships or outreach with the people in their community.
So
None.
you didn't see the notices posted?
What
The-
notice?
The yellow? This was
I
posted?
saw it, sure.
Okay.
No, I'm saying, like, to say, come up and say, oh, hi, Diane, I'm Stephanie. I'm just down the street. None of that's ever happened in 2 years.
Mhm.
Nothing. No, none of us have been ever,
That may
ever
change.
included in any of it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Do you have any redirect, Ms.?
I do. So we're talking about the impact of moving across the street. You know that 7200 Chestnut is a commercially zoned property that by right can have things like business offices, doctor's offices, daycares, those sort of things, correct?
Yes.
Do you see those as adding value to your community and services that the community uses?
Yes.
Do you think that that would help build community, build a tax base and economic viability of your area?
Yes.
Do you, in your opinion, does having a homeless shelter in that building add any of those benefits?
No. You have patients going in there.
So, and then, I guess, and, in your opinion, if there was there even temporarily, do you think that would prevent a beneficial business from entering that property, either that suite or other suites in the building?
Possibly.
Couple more things. And again, live in a residential property as your primary residence,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did you need a variance in order to have a home on your property or your parents or whatever?
No.
It's zoned residential,
Yes.
so you have a conforming use of your property.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, did you want to come up and testify or not? No? Okay.
Right.
I think, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we will move into testimony from the parties. Ms. Santiago, this is your opportunity to testify. Well,
Is there going to be a period of time like closing argument?
at the end, yes. At the end.
At the end, okay, that's what I just want to make sure it wasn't net.
Nope.
So-
You're okay. Okay, Mr. Crossan? Oh, you moved. So this is your opportunity to testify your thoughts on the application, and you will be subject to cross-examination by
Good
the
evening
parties.
again to all parties. I've lived here since 1972. I grew up in this neighborhood. I've seen this neighborhood go from the hippies to the dope users. It ain't changing. We're here across the street, we're not across the street, and we're down the block at 63rd Street. The stuff was still happening in this area. It's an unfortunate thing. from being somebody who came from a lifestyle that wasn't a gracious one. I used to have to eat out of a trash can because people like this didn't have or didn't want people that, no, people and like you call us this. People that want to have an opportunity to deny services.
Okay,
Excuse
thank
me.
you for clarifying what you meant.
People that want to deny services because they didn't want to clean up or didn't want to have people eating, denying the basic human rights of other humans to not have a place to go take a shower. So we don't have to walk around smelling like trash, unfortunately. Having a place to eat, having the places to have services. Without that, my PTSD would probably have me doing something that I shouldn't be doing or acting out in a way I don't need to be acting out. So without a place like Stephanie's, Breaking Bread, and the arms of Breaking Bread, and Project Share, and the mental health partnerships, the other two places that do services around here, I can take a shower at night when I'm at Breaking Bread. You know what Project Share does during the day for people that don't have? You could go in there and do your laundry. So when you go to get that job, you got a clean pair of underwear, some clean shirts. This is what people want to deny us. Basic human rights. This stuff's been happening on Long Lane with the cops for a long time. We've both been here for a long time. Sorry, I know him personally. I grew up with him. I went to high school with his brother.
Can we stop, please?
I just said
This
it.
is getting argumentative. It does not need to be argumentative. Please address all your testimony
I
to the
grew up
board.
with some of the people
I
here.
understand. Just please address all your testimony to the board.
All right, I
Okay.
grew up with a couple people. So we've seen the neighborhood change. Everybody that's working on the panel, on the board, we've seen the neighborhood change. From people ODing on the SEPTA bus that had nothing to do with Project Share, mental health partnerships, or Breaking Bread, or even Connect. They were coming from North Philly, Kensington. Not blaming North Philly and Kensington. It's just a drug problem in America. We all know that. Poverty's everywhere. You can't restrict, this is hurting me. This is hurting my friends. This is hurting people that I don't usually have. I don't have family. The only people I call family are these people. I got a right to say these people because I'm one of these people. I just think it'd be a total embarrassment as a human being to treat another human being like that. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to conduct ourselves professionally and with decorum. All right, well,
Oh, now you're calling me
continue.
not professional.
Mr. Crossan.
That's insulting.
Stop. Both of you, please
That's
stop.
insulting.
Mr. Burns, do you have any questions for Mr. Crossan? Okay. Ms. Bazillo, do you have questions for Mr. Crossan? All right.
I understand all the services that they provide you. Do you believe they can provide you the same services in a location where it was a permitted use?
I'm not going to answer that question because I don't know.
Okay, so does the location specifically at 7200 Chestnut or 7107 Long Lane affect the availability of the services they provide you if that same services were offered someplace? Could you still?
They're not offered somewhere else.
That's not my question.
You asked me a question. I'm telling you, that's the only way I can answer it. They're not offered somewhere else.
So if they were to offer those services, let's say instead,
Kensington?
in a residential facility or another commercial facility 5 blocks away, would you still take those services?
I go to Omni, why not?
Objection, what's the relevance of this question to the application at hand, which is temporary use across the street of the approved existing?
I'm going to overrule the objection. I do believe this is a relevant line of questioning.
I
But
go to Omni.
Mr. Crossan, if you don't know the answer to the question, it is okay to say you don't know the answer to the question.
I go to Omni. Omni is a mental health place.
Okay.
I also go to 69th Street Supermarket.
So, prior to being at Breaking Bread, you were living in Upper Darby?
I've been here since 1972.
So you were living in a different place prior to 107 Long Lane?
Well, if you want to consider that living, yeah.
Just.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I should be talking this way. She says if I've been living where, somewhere
Have you been in Upper Darby? Okay.
I think
If
his
you
quote
consider
was-
that living.
Thank you, Mr. Crossan.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think that's all my questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Zidlow. Ms. Santiago, do you have any questions for Mr. Crossan? Ms. Powell? Oh, she had to leave. Okay. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Crossan? Go ahead.
Sure.
And it is substantial. It was substantive.
So don't worry.
Don't worry. So you, are you familiar with Project Share?
Oh, of course.
Okay. And they're currently operating in that building?
Of course, it's a day services.
Do they promote their resources and services?
Yes, they do.
And they provide them to anybody that comes in?
Only if they have a Delaware County ID.
Okay. So, okay, thank you. That's it. That's really
Sure.
all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crossan.
Thank you.
So Ms. Powell left. She left for the evening? Yes. Okay.
I would just ask that since she's not been available for testimony that, she hasn't participated in this whole case, we strike any testimony she had before.
I don't think she
Did
testified.
she? Okay, not sure who's who.
Ms. Powell only asked questions of the other witnesses. That's all our parties. I think it's appropriate if we go to public comment at this point, and then we can provide the parties an opportunity to make closing arguments briefly.
Okay, is there any public comment? Come on up. Ooh, okay. So,
we'll do this one at a time. So, I know your name.
Yes, you do.
But please introduce yourself and we'll have you sworn in.
Hi, my name's Pauline Sabatino. I'm the president of Recovery Without Barriers.
Okay, can we have,
Yes, I do.
so, I'm sorry, Ms. Sabatino, and I don't mean to cut you off before you start, but
Okay.
just for everybody giving public comment, we've been doing this for a while. I understand it's your opportunity to address the board. I know we had a number of hands go up, but I would just ask everybody to keep it relevant to the use being requested, the temporary use of 7200 Chestnut.
Mhm.
I don't want to get into more personal jabs or fights or anything like that, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the situation is Breaking Bread needs to close by the end of August. Originally, when they first opened up, yes, they did know that they needed to do certain renovations on the building, but the building was dictated to them through the county. Anyone that was a part of that setup knows that part of it. I was at the meeting with, what's it called, an RTF or whatever it's called, when they talk to a bunch of different places that want to do the homeless shelter. So it had to be within a certain distance of 69th Street Terminal. This was the building that was found, okay? The problems occurred when they started renovating and started really digging into the renovation, cleaning out the building. Then they saw how much work it needed to be done. So in order to get through the winter and get some people off of the streets, I want to say this was September, and we wanted to get people off the streets. We asked for special permission to open up the first floor. So the first floor did get ready to be opened up. They were able to put 15 to 17 beds out. One is like an extra bed for like emergency needs. The Steph already explained all that. Okay. With all that said, renovations were supposed to start, things get backed up, stuff happens, money, grants, things get backed up. So now the renovations are scheduled to start in August. They're going to take about 8 months. All they're doing is picking up this brick and moving it across the street and changing nothing. If they're not permitted this variance to do this, we are literally putting 16 people on the street because there's nowhere for them to go. Originally, when the renovations were supposed to take place, the county promised that the people in the building that were being serviced would have a place to go. They would replace another shelter or whatever was going to happen at that point. It didn't happen. Things sometimes just don't happen the way they're planned. This didn't happen. So now we're going to displace them on the street. So you're going to take 16 people that are now in the system, because once you step out of the system, you're out. You start all over again. It's actually a nightmare of a system. But their place, like their number could be 10 on the list. If we don't let them move across the street and let them be homeless, that number 10 goes back to 301. It's that simple. There's never been a problem at Breaking Bread. Yes, they will remove someone for drug use, but it's not quite the way it sounded. They're not going to say get out on the street. They call us. We put those people in treatment. They're not put on the street to run around and torture the neighborhood. And I gotta say, the stigmas and the biases are just too much. The people that live there, just because someone is unhoused does not mean they're degenerates. It doesn't mean any of those things. To imply that we're not doing background checks for child abuse is absolutely appalling to me. I do a homeless outreach every week in 69th Street and have for 5 or 6 years. Quite a few of our organizations have stepped in and quite a few of us do it. We feed 100 to 200 people from Delaware County, 100 to 200 people every Thursday night. The reason we know they're from Delaware County is because we talk to those people. We get to know those people. The ones that want treatment, we help facilitate that treatment. So we're very much aware. They're not the 15 or 16 that are already in shelter. You know what I'm saying? Like people are going through the neighborhood. They are residents of your neighborhood. They are your neighbors. You know, even if we do have a thing, there are rules in the county, and it's probably in every county. I'm going to assume that just the way it is. If a county funds something, okay, like homeless shelter or treatment or something, they'd say what place they're going to fund. So if the Delaware County people's taxes are going to fund a homeless shelter facility, you only can get in there if you're from Delaware County. If you're from Philadelphia, the county says no. People work for the county. They're their guards or whatever they're called. They're just doing their jobs. They say, no, you can't be here. So there's no way that this place is bringing in, or you don't even know it's a homeless shelter. It looks like a daycare center from the outside. It doesn't say, welcome all homeless shelter. There's no signs that are flying through the sky saying, all come here. Half the people we service in 69th Street don't even know it's there. Okay, so if it's put in a book, it's a Delaware County service, it's supposed to be in the book. How many unhoused people that they want, that this particular council wants you to think is being brought in, are reading that pamphlet or on Facebook and looking for these services? None of them. None of them. They're just humans. These are your neighbors. It would be almost a crime, in my opinion, from the work that we do at Recovery Without Barriers, to put these people on the streets. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Sir, please come up.
Michael Van Pelt, V is Victor, ANPELT. Yes. Hello. My name is Michael Van Pelt. I'm a small business owner. March of 23, I had stumbled across an article mentioning Stephanie Sena and the work she was doing, as well as the work of Breaking Bread. I'm sorry. I'm a huge fan. And the article was just the information about the work she was doing and what Breaking Bread was doing was very intriguing to me. So I reached out to her and said, I want to help. At the time, I was very naive about homelessness, homeless people. I had very ignorant, naive opinions of the topic because I didn't know. So at that point, I started coming down to the shelter. I dropped food off. I'd just come hang out. And I eventually started to come down more and more and more. And then in August of last year, Stephanie had posted that she had a new resident that was looking for work. She was very willing to work. She posted some of the stuff about her resume. In my business, August, I'm more busy that month than I am half the year. And I need extra staff more than I need the rest of the year. So I reached out to Stephanie. I said, I'm looking for extra help. She recommended this person. I said, if you have anybody else that might be able to help me out, I'll take them. So her and I worked together, and we ended up getting 2 residents from the shelter to come and help me at work. They worked 10 straight days, 14-hour days in the heat, never complained once. They were so grateful for everything that they were given, and they were phenomenal employees. It turned into where they worked for me throughout the rest of 2023. I've watched both of those people go from unhoused to housed, working other jobs. And after we're finished here tonight, we're going to go figure out how they're going to come work for me again in August. So I went from being naive and ignorant in March of 2023 to see exactly what Breaking Bread is capable of and what they do on a daily basis. Just making sure everybody's paying attention. So I see what happens at Breaking Bread. I see the results. I've watched it in front of my eyes. The two people I'm referring to are in the building tonight, and I consider them my friends. They're a huge part of my team as a business, but they're my friends. They're my good, dear friends that I made through this process. I spent Thanksgiving Day down here with them. We literally broke bread together. There was probably 20 of us. Stephanie was there, all the residents, and we all sat around the table and ate. And Stephanie asked everyone to go around the table and say what they were grateful for. That moment and what happened around that table changed me forever. There was so much compassion and so many people were so grateful for everything they had. They all thanked Stephanie personally. They all thanked Breaking Bread. They all thanked for being in the situation that we were in the moment we were in. There was not one person that complained. There was not one person that was, woe is me, like, oh, my life sucked. None of that. It was a room full of love and compassion and empathy. And I want to spend every Thanksgiving I have from this one forward with the people behind here. I see, like, special things happen in that building at 107. I've seen it. Lives get changed and lives get saved. And to move across the street, I don't expect anything different. The lives that are going to be changed and saved by moving across the street are very important. The stretch of time, if they're not granted this variance, puts them on the street. As she said, she explained the situation. I'm not going to reiterate what she said, but that's going to be through the winter. You know, it's very important that these people have a place to go in the winter, so they're not outside. So I just wanted to share my experience. I've never experienced homelessness, luckily, but it could happen to me tomorrow. There's no difference between me standing here as a business owner and any of the residents now. We're the same people. So I just wanted to give my experience of, even it's only been a little more than a year, the experience that I've had with the residents and the staff and Breaking Bread as a whole. I think it's very, very important to not have a lapse in the services they provide. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Other public comment? Ma'am? You can introduce yourself, we'll have you sworn.
Sure. Sabria Kegler, Sabria Kegler. Ke as in Edward, Gler. Yes, I do. So I've been a resident in this neighborhood for around a little over 15 years, and I have catch public transportation, so I am very aware of 69th Street Terminal. But what I will say is that with the terminal being there, most of the individuals that I would see asking for money or saying things to individuals stayed around the 69th Street Terminal. There were few that did kind of transition past the 69th Street Terminal. Although what you're saying is that they would just be moving the business, or the organization rather, would just be moving across the street. The difference is the space is bigger, and who's to say that just by getting a temporary variance that someone wouldn't come back to request an extension and then an additional extension, and since the space was bigger and it worked well, then maybe it can become a permanent space. One of the things it seems like in Upper Darby Township as a whole, that most things, if this were to be placed in Drexel Hill, would it be approved, or is it just certain things are being put in certain areas based off of the existing community? So Upper Darby itself is a very diverse community, and they're a multi-language community, and the information about zoning is only posted in English. So individuals that do not speak English, that's not their first language, they don't have a chance to speak and voice the way that they feel about just things in general, whether it's a restaurant or a business or an organization, they don't have a chance to voice the way that they would feel about something because it isn't advertised in any other language but English. Being a resident in this community, I'm not referring to people who don't have homes, and I don't like to say homeless, I like to say houseless, because we all live in the world, so that's our home. So people that are houseless. I have volunteered at different organizations, so I think it is unfair to separate a group of people regardless, because we are all human beings. So the individuals that live in the community that have been long-term residents, they're not saying that they don't feel like everybody deserves a home. That is, no one has said those words, so I don't think it should be implied that way. But what we are saying is that we live here 24/7. So the individuals who volunteer do not live here 24/7. The individual who started the organization does not live here 24/7. There have been incidences where there has been an individual sitting outside, things spread out across the sidewalk. If there is security within, shouldn't they maybe ask them to move? Can you not block the sidewalk? Or does it just matter the security of one group of people over another group of people? Because it sounds like it doesn't matter how one group of people feel, it's only reflecting on one group. But I think both groups of people should be thought of when decisions are made. And before the organization came into this area at 107 Long Lane, no one knocked on doors to introduce themselves. I did not see Stephanie Sina. I've never met her a day in my life. So I don't think that you should just look at the businesses being your partners. You should look at everyone in the community as being a partner. So you should have went around to doors. You could have sent flyers and mailboxes to let people know what you were planning on doing, the ideas you had, and get feedback. Just like there have been businesses such as there's been a Dallas's businesses, they had a meeting where they invited people to ask questions about something that was going to be placed in the area. And the same should be done regardless of what the organization is. I mean, also, I don't understand. I looked on the IRS website, and it doesn't show that it shows that the nonprofit status was revoked. So I don't understand how an organization can say that they do have current and up-to-date nonprofit status when it's not listed that way. On the IRS's website says it's been revoked. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ms. Wentz?
My name's Laura Wentz, W-E-N-T-Z. Yes. Okay, so much information has crossed in this hearing thus far. I just wanted to do a little, I guess, background or clarification, really, because I don't want to step on any toes that have been discussed. Okay, so there's been a day shelter here that only occupies during the day at 7,200. There was previously a organization that provided night coverage, but they transported people from Upper Darby to other locations at night to sleep at night, and then they would come back early in the morning, and then there was the day program again, okay? And then the night program closed down within the last couple years, and Breaking Bread came along as an emergency shelter, but because of the requirements by the county, they were asked to open right away before they could do all their renovations, right? So they have the limited hours, they provide housing for these 16 individuals at night, and then those people go to what is currently a day shelter to continue their services, right? And then they go back to Breaking Bread. This is 16 people that are already off the streets. Now, Breaking Bread had gone through the zoning board for variances in order to open up to begin with on Long Lane. And then they also came to council for land development. And so they've gone through the process to get permission to be the emergency shelter that they are in Upper Darby. The need is real. I have worked with Recovery Without Barriers to feed people at 69th Street Terminal. I take the train. I walk from my house, which is just behind the Midas on Westchester Pike. I walk past homeless on my way to work, to the train. I ride in the train car with a lot of homeless people, or houseless people, I apologize. And they travel the trains and then they get back to 69th Street. I come home from work. I often catch the last train out of Philadelphia, and I'm in the terminal at 1 or 2 in the morning when they are completely shutting down the terminal, kicking everyone out. And so that's when the houseless population who were in the terminal have to leave, and they are leaving into Upper Darby. That's the reality. And unfortunately, you are absolutely correct. There are not enough beds. There are not enough shelters and enough places for them to go. But at least Breaking Bread has provided housing for 16 people, and they're on the pathway to actually get permanent housing. So Breaking Bread is just asking to be able to move across the street, to keep the 16 people that they have in their home, right in their shelter right now, to continue to be able to get them out into housing. They've made no indication of adding, which means that as the 16 people get housing, they've indicated that they're not adding to that number, that those people are leaving, and then their numbers will be decreasing. So 16 people have a chance to a better future right now if they can stay with Breaking Bread and go into 7200 Chestnut Street. They have a chance to continue to improve, to be better, have a better life. I think we need to make sure they have that opportunity, because otherwise they're back on the street and they start from the end of the list. And it'll be another year or so before they have the opportunity that they are in right now. I think it's better to help them to a better life now than to expect them to start all over again. We do definitely need more beds. And for those who work with the houseless and feed people and provide clothing for people, American Legion Post 214 with Tailor-Made Vets and Recovery Without Barriers provide a warming stations in the winter time, and that is essential because the township wouldn't do it. So they're all providing services, and at some times when we've been there, if Breaking Bread had an extra bed, had space, that one person would be able to go there. But that's one person. That's all they have space for until they can get back until they can do the renovations in their building and get back into their building. And then hopefully they'll be able to fulfill the 30 that they were originally had planned to do when they first came before this board and council for the emergency shelter. That is their goal, but they need this time to be able to fix up the building, to be able to provide more for more of the houseless. So I'm hoping that you will grant them this variance so that they can continue to do the work that they're doing and help our community by doing so. I am very sorry for the residents that have had negative impact by the houseless in our community. I would say to them, if you are having problems, call the police. They're here to help. Call the police. I'll give you my card. If I can help in any way, I will be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to speak with public comment.
Yep, please come forward.
My name is Becca Brandetti. Yes, it's Ragnetti. Yes. Yes, I swear. All right. You want to look at it, you want to think of it when you look at me that I'm probably one of many stereotypical, I'm a nerd. I'm just artistic. But I was one of the people that were affected through the pandemic. I slept in my truck. I had my fur babies. We fell on hard times. I worked hard. I did what I could. I had to work with the weather. And one day last year, I was so thankful that I heard on the radio station that I listen to all the time that there is Breaking Bread that was available to me and my fur baby. My fur baby is my child. And I was beyond elated because I was trying everything I could on my own because the services are very hard here to navigate and work through. Even trying to go it alone is difficult. So when I found out that Breaking Bread was available, I reached out to Stephanie, and she is one of the 3 in the nation that allow a person to have their pet, well, fur baby with them. And I was able, with her help, get the housing that I needed, get the help that I needed. I was already working, but I just needed that hockey assist. I needed that extra help. And I'm very thankful that they had that I was able to get what I needed. And I'm one of the success stories, as you would say, getting housing. Super thankful. I'm getting my life back to normal. I still come and help. I'm able to chip in. I'm the staff. So I've been able to see on both sides of the fence. And with the time that I've worked, also, aside from being a resident last year and then this year, we definitely need this space. All basically it is very simple. We're just moving across the street for the time that it needs for the 107 to be renovated, and then we're back over. But being able to have that allowance to be able to do so, we'll be able to have better facilities to serve the people that are currently there. And when they get to move on, we'll be able to provide even better services and better living conditions for staff. I mean, we're going to be able to move throughout the facility easier and be able to, everything will be much safer. It's been interesting trying to make everything work. We have a makeshift kitchen. We need a regular kitchen so we can serve our residents proper meals. They don't have a place to sit down and eat. We have 1 or 2 tables, but this is why it's very important that we just need this little bit so that we can be able to go back to doing what we normally do, but just with the building that we have provided, but in the way that we need it to be. I don't know if they've already given you the layout, but of how it's going to be set up, but like I said, it's going to be able to provide better services, and we're going to have more room. We're going to have what we need, and we just need this little bit of time. And then after that, we'll be good. That's it. I mean, simple.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? All right, off the record for just a second.
Yes, one more.
Okay, I wasn't sure, but I think, okay, what else? Okay. Remember the park? Kids fell down the creek. Yes, thank you.
We'll resume on the record for this public comment. Sir, can you introduce yourself and we'll have you sworn in?
Yes. First name Jabril, Jabril. Last name Gray, Gray. I do. Continue. I think first and foremost, everybody that's opposed to this isn't thinking clearly. I hear a lot of statements of people being on the streets, but if there was nowhere to go, wouldn't there be more people on the streets? Just thinking out loud. I'm also one of many of success stories. I've been homeless for 3 years. For the past year, coming to Breaking Bread, I've since then overcame homelessness, and I also have become close friends, might as well say family now at this point. Through all the hardships, you kind of grow, get a bond also. Working with Mike, just staying humble and making everything work out. And without Breaking Bread, oh man. Yeah, I might be, yeah, definitely not here. But I'm just grateful for that. And it's a community. It's more than just a shelter. It's only 15, 16 people who you're helping, changing their life around. And those 16 people can help another 16 people. And so I kind of don't get why anybody is in opposition of helping people, but I'm living proof that this does work. And that's all I really got to say.
I believe that's all our public comment. We're going to give I'm assuming, do any of the unrepresented parties want an opportunity for closing comment? I believe you've pretty much said what you've needed to say. Is that accurate? Okay. We're going to give the two attorneys, if they'd like it, 5 minutes to make closing comment. 5 minutes. I'm going to hold you to that. No more. All right. And Ms. Bazzilli, you can go first.
All right. I think we all agree, we've heard a lot of moving testimony here today from people affiliated with Breaking Bread. And we've also heard from my clients who have had equally bad experiences with these organizations. But what it comes down to is that this is largely irrelevant. And I know we've spent a lot of time on this, but we're at a zoning hearing. And what needs to be demonstrated is the elements of what is needed to grant a zoning variance. And by state law and by Upper Darby code, they need to show, in order for a variance to be granted, there needs to be unique physical circumstances or conditions to the property. And that those physical and unique circumstances cannot be with the general zoning district or neighborhood, but specific to that property. That because of those physical conditions, that there is not a possibility of this property being used in conformance with the code, that this hardship was not created by the applicant or the property owner, and of course also that, you know, they would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. We've had a lot of testimony about that. I'm not going to go into more detail. And that the variance is the minimum necessary to provide relief from the code. We've had almost a non-existent testimony as to hardship of the physical property. There is nothing about this building that makes it unable to be used in compliance with the C3 zoning district. It is an office building designed as an office building that is zoned to be used as an office building. For medical offices, for daycare, for community services, for people that are residing in the area, to improve the goals of commercial business districts, such as improving the tax base, economic viability, protecting those businesses, and making sure that our commercial corridors are used for commercial businesses. The only hardship that seems to have been talked about is about the crime in the area, which is a universal factor. It affects 7200 Chestnut, it affects 107 Long Lane, it affects my client's properties, it affects 69th Street Terminal. This is in no way unique to 7200 Chestnut, and it does not, even if it was, it does not justify a granting of a hardship for a zoning variance, because it is not about the physical property or the conditions of the property. If we want to talk about the condition of the existing building, that is a self-hardship created by the landowner, who the variance is ultimately granted to, because variances are granted to the properties, for not maintaining the building in a way in which people want to be using it for something that is code compliant. As far as Breaking Bread goes, they have testified themselves that they knew they bought a building that needed renovation, and they're renovating it. That is a self-created hardship that has nothing to, like, they created that. They bought a building that was in a certain condition, and now they have to deal with the consequences of that. If that means shutting down, that means shutting down. If this was a different business, like if it was, I don't know, a hardware store, we wouldn't allow them to move across the street into a home simply because they needed to renovate their building, because it's not an appropriate use of a residential zone property, just like this is not an appropriate use of this office building, commercially zoned property. As far as the minimum variance necessary, again, we have a big space that is bigger than what's being currently used, so obviously it's more square footage than is necessary. Size, location, and duration, they testified they have an 8-month renovation, but they're asking for a 1-year temporary variance, which is longer than is necessary to meet their renovation schedule. And like I said, just a summary of the central character again, it's a commercial district. This is not a use that is enhancing the initiatives of a commercial district at all. Just wanted to add in again, because it is in their application, that this is distinguishable, this use is distinguishable from things permitted under the C3 zoning district, such as medical offices, daycare, and such, because these are not overnight accommodations. These are not housing accommodations. These are office use, mostly for the day. If you're going to have an overnight medical facility, there's far more staff than just a security officer. This is more akin to, you know, some sort of housing facility, which is absolutely not allowed in this zoning district. I think that there has been no evidence of hardship at all, which I understand when people are talking about their housing. It's passionate, both for the people that are living at the current shelter and my clients who have resided here for many, many years. But what it comes down to is that passion doesn't mean you should grant a zoning variance. You have to look at the criteria. You have to be guided by the state and local laws. And quite frankly, there's been no evidence at all that there is a hardship to this property, to the physical characteristics that justify granting a variance. I would also just say, though, that if you do go ahead and grant it, there needs to be some severe limitations and provisos put on this operation. First of all, it needs to be in the granting of the variance that it is only for 8 months during their renovation, or a year if we want to go with the lease, right? But no more than a year. It is non-renewable. There will not be another granting of a variance for any sort of shelter in this property for this organization or at all, okay? And that, excuse me 1 second, I have a list of things here. Just gotta get to the page. So 1 year temporary, only 17 people. It cannot be renewed. It cannot be transferred. It cannot be extended to any other unit in the building for any duration at any point. No further shelters in this property. And I think it's very important to the safety of this neighborhood that we make sure that they obtain a certificate of occupancy that meets the requirements for having cooking facilities, overnight accommodations, and all of the fire protections that are needed for these people and their quality of life, and the surrounding properties that may be impacted by a fire at this location. Right now, we have an office zoning. We have an office use. It's very different than people sleeping and cooking there. And so if you are going to grant it, I think before anyone occupies there, we must have some sort of compliance with residential facilities for group homes, for multiple family housing, something in accordance with having 17 people living, cooking, bathing in this facility. I will also say about the evidence that was presented by Ms. Sena, we now have a record, as she was testifying here, that she misspoke and mistestified to this board before in her previous hearing. She lied about what hours were going to be operated and how this organization was going to run accordingly. You know, and she can say all she wants about, you know, that this is a county requirement or whatever, but the reality is that she presented something to you that is not true. And so you cannot take that previous variance, right? We cannot say it's the same business that was granted that variance, because now we have a different type of operation happening with different services being provided and in a different location with a different base zoning district. It is different. They are not one and the same. And there's been no evidence presented at all that there's a hardship to this office building that it cannot be used in accordance with the zoning code. I hope that was under 5 minutes.
Thank you all for your time tonight. I know this is a lot longer, probably anyone anticipated. I will try to be significantly shorter. I feel like we've litigated many things this evening that are unrelated to my client's application. So I'll make it really simple, folks. My client was previously approved for a current use of 107 Long Lane. They are simply asking to continue that use across the street for the period of time needed to complete construction at 107 Long Lane in accordance with the township and county requirements. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Okay. I would like to ask for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this variance.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
A written decision will be issued within 45 days of this evening. All right, since we still have business to conduct, I would ask anybody who's clearing the room to please clear the room quickly so we can move forward.
Oh, where am I? I'm all over the place. Wait a minute, I need my short papers.
Read the notice. I need to grab my charger.
For the record, is that a temporary variance or a permanent variance?
There's a variance based on the testimony presented this evening. A written decision will be issued.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be out.
So I know we have several applications to go. For anyone who is represented, and I know we have a couple attorneys in the room still, can someone just make sure that door gets closed? Have an opportunity. If you're unopposed, please know that the board does accept offers of proof on unopposed applications as long as you have a competent witness to verify the offer of proof offered by the attorney. And by accept, I mean encourage this evening to move along. But we'll give you, the due time that you need. Madam Chair?
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. On 7/6 of 24, is that correct?
7-3.
Oh, see, I'm ahead of myself. I'm sorry. Okay. 7/3 of 24, Ann Leopold, 528 Vermont Road, Drexel Hill, C1 Commercial District. In the First Council District, a special exception pursuant to Section 550-33C1B to reduce the parking requirements by 25% and share 16 parking spaces with the neighboring church. B, variance from Section 550-33A to permit 7 fewer parking spaces than required for the total property and/or provide fewer than 5 required spaces for the individual coffee shop.
Is there anyone present this evening requesting party status for this application?
Hello, Russell Atkinson, pastor of Drexel Hill United Methodist Church.
So are you you're the pastor of the church where the shared parking? Okay, we'll grant you party status, since you are, but can you, do you have I don't know if pastors have cards. Do you have a card, or do you mind filling out the form just so I have your contact information?
To the recording secretary.
Okay, thank you. The board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB1 will be the application packet. ZHB2 will be the notice photos. ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Mr. Miller.
Thank you. So I'll obviously try to rip through this as fast as possible. Our office is representing Ann Leopold. She's standing to my right. She is the tenant at the property located at 528 Vermont Road. It is one of the inner units in I believe it's 5-unit strip shopping center. That space was formerly occupied by offices of a commercial cleaning business, I believe. It's in the C1 district. My client is proposing to use that property in connection with a coffee shop. She is the founder and CEO of Emmaus Home, Inc., which is a nonprofit, Emmaus, E-M-M-A-U-S, Home. It's a nonprofit organization which provides services of care and support for community members with intellectual disabilities. Mrs. Leopold intends to provide opportunities for members of that community to assist at the coffee shop. In the packet I handed up, Exhibit A2 is the lease. It's a redacted part of that lease. The coffee shop would be open from Thursday through Sunday and only from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. My client is requesting relief related to the parking at the property. The coffee shop use in the township ordinance requires 5 spaces. Since this is part of a shopping center, the ordinance requires that the entire shopping center provide enough spaces for each individual use. Discussing this with the township zoning officer, it was determined that the total number of spaces required at that strip center for, when you now include the coffee shop, is 36 spots. My client's requesting 2 alternative forms of relief. I would suggest that the simpler and easier approach and the preferable one would be a variance from section 550-33A to permit fewer than the 5 spaces required at the property. There's currently, I believe, 14 striped spaces at that center. Given that the center has been used and continues to be used, the limited hours, the limited use of the property that my client is proposing, that those spaces are sufficient. But regardless of that, my client has entered into an agreement with the Drexel Hill United Methodist Church to use or share a portion of the lot that's located at Burmont Road and School Lane. They'd be given access according to that agreement, which is Exhibit A3, for shared access to 16 spaces. Exhibit A4, by the way, Exhibit A3 was provided to the township zoning officer, and Pastor Atkinson is here this evening, I believe, in support of that and to confirm that. Exhibit A4 is a map of the parking lot highlighting the spaces which would be shared for that use. So with the access to the strip center lot spaces, plus needing the 5 spaces, plus the already available spaces, I would suggest that a variance is that the spaces will be sufficient, and a variance, should be granted by this board, given that there's going to be overwhelming parking at that area for the proposed use. In the alternative, the township zoning ordinance under 5533C1 permits shared parking arrangements. That's a special exception. My client would ask for that in the alternative. The ordinance is a little different. Under that provision of the ordinance, spaces may be reduced by 25% under a shared parking agreement. Now, some of the math is a little crazy, but I believe, with talking with the township zoning officer, and he can correct me if I'm incorrect on this, total of 36 spaces are required. The center has 14. I think that leaves a requirement of 22. Under the township ordinance, the reduction of 25% of the 36 is 9 spaces. With the 16 that are provided, again, I would suggest that it's more than sufficient. One of the requirements for shared parking is that it be 200 feet from the location. Exhibit A5 shows that it's less than 200 feet. It's about 180 at most. And with all of that, Mrs. Leopold is here to confirm that testimony, and I would submit her to be sworn in just so I can ask her if she verifies that everything I presented to you is correct, and that the request, I think she would submit that the request that's being made, that there's sufficient parking with what we have outlined today, with the spots, with the stripe parking, with the shared agreement, and that the request is the minimum necessary for the use of the space. I believe you also, if she would call to testify, she would also testify as to the benefits that her organization does and the use and connection with that organization to provide some, I guess, some of her, the members of that community to be able to assist in this coffee shop, and that it's going to bring a nice benefit to them as well as the community. So with that,
can we have her sworn, please?
Yes, I do. Ann Leopold, ANNELEOPOLD.
Ms. Leopold, you're the CEO and founder of Emmaus Home, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you heard my summation and my presentation to the board, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anything that I said that is incorrect, or did I state everything pretty accurately to the board?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and is there anything that you feel like you need to add to what I had presented to the board?
Well, upon listening to the lengthy arguments with the Breaking Bread, I just found it to be ironic because of our similarities, because like they are helping part of the population that oftentimes is invisible. We also serve people that oftentimes are invisible and they're poor. Because of their disabilities, they can't work, and they have very little access to a meaningful day and opportunities to socialize. I have a son who has severe autism, and he was the impetus that helped me found this nonprofit 10 years ago that now serves about 25 people. So I just wanted to add that.
Ms. Leopold, I know that there's a letter in the packet from the church about the parking spaces. Do you have any intent to execute a more formal document, or?
I believe the pastor has a signed letter, is what I was told. Is that correct? I don't know if he could be, oh, yeah, obviously.
We can swear him in, that's fine.
Raise your hand, please. Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the whole truth? I affirm the evidence I'm about to give is true, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Russell J. Atkinson, as spelled on the sheet I handed to you. Atkinson.
So is there intent to have a formal document executed or recorded in any way?
This document with signatures on it was as formal as we intended to get.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think it was going to be recorded necessarily against the property.
That was the only question I had. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Miller, Ms. Leopold, or Reverend Atkinson?
I just have one. Are you a member of the church?
No, I'm not.
You are not? Okay.
Neither am I.
Oh, okay.
Just a general question, for the shared parking, is there gonna be any type of signage that just like indicates that they will, like, that customers for your business are able to park there?
I think that was one of the things that, it's in the ordinance. It says that if the board requires that. I think it's also in the agreement, says that if the board wants it to do that, they will do that.
Just to be clear, this is a special exception for shared parking or a variance?
Again, yes, I would suggest that the variance is easier.
Right, I was just clarifying the request. You're not asking the board to grant both, you're asking the board to choose
Either
an
one,
adventure.
but I think the variance is a little cleaner.
Does the zoning officer disagree?
No, I think the variance would be easier, but right, the special exception only reduces it by 25%. So that would still leave 7 spaces that would need a variance, right? And if you just did the variance first, then
Sure.
right, the
Okay,
special exception.
So it's either
doesn't matter.
the request is either a variance to provide fewer than the 5 spaces required for the individual shop to contribute to the shopping center's total parking calculation, or a special exception and a variance from the 7. Is that what you're saying?
Right, the variance will be for the 7, the special exception would be to reduce it down to that 7.
Okay.
And that would be for the whole shopping center.
Understood.
Right, yeah, and that's one of the other things. That would technically go to the whole shopping center. You know, this agreement is really shared, so, that's why I think it's cleaner if it's a variance for the 5 parking spaces.
Understood, definitely. It's the 5 parking spaces that the coffee shop would contribute to the total parking count in the shopping center.
Correct.
That's correct. Does the board have any other questions? Is there any, Mr. Atkinson, Reverend Atkinson, I apologize. Going a little on autopilot at the moment. Do you have any other testimony you'd like to provide to the board as a party?
Well, the church is pleased and happy to be able to help Ms. Leopold with her ministry. It's very kind of someone to actually formally ask that the parking lot be used, because it's the de facto overflow for the shopping center anyway. Anyway, we do pray she gets some kind of relief from the zoning board.
And a question for you, if the board determines to grant the variance for the shopping center as opposed to the shared parking arrangement, will the church still make spaces available to Ms. Leopold's operation?
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please?
So regardless of what the board decides, will the church still makes spaces available to Ms. Leopold's operation for people to park.
I guess, depending upon what kind of variance or what relief may or may not, or if they don't, I think people are parking there anyway is kind of what the point is.
Yeah, people are parking there anyway. We don't really have a means set up to police that, and it's not really in our nature.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Any other board questions? Is there any public comment on this application? We'll note there's no public comment.
Okay. With that being said, I'd like to ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to grant the variance for 7 fewer parking spaces for the total required property on the condition that the applicant provides the zoning officer with a signed or executed letter.
So I think we would need to grant the variance for the 5 spaces for the individual shop to only grant 1 variance.
Right, to be.
My motion is to grant 1 variance, understanding that the intention of the applicant was to tie the.
I'm just saying it's the 5, not the 7, just to be for the record.
Oh, right, yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me restate it just for clarity of the record. My motion is to grant the variance for the 7 fewer parking spaces on the condition that the applicant provides the zoning officer with a signed or executed letter.
Just to be clear, the 5 spaces.
Not 7, 5.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
5 spaces. Excuse me. It's been a long,
1 7.
We're
yeah,
getting punch drunk here.
yeah.
All right. Is there a second?
My motion is to grant the variance for the 5 spaces on the condition that the applicant provides the zoning officer with an executed letter for the shared spaces with the church.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Receive a
good
written
luck.
decision within 45 days.
Okay. 7/6 of 24, 7125 Marshall Road in Upper Darby, R3 Residential District, the 7th Council, a variance from section 558A to permit a convenience store.
Is there any parties wishing to be recognized as a with party status for this application? Seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB1 will be the application packet. ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Sir, do you happen to have a card on you for?
I do, if I may approach.
Yes, please. I just have to write. That's fine. Let me give it to you. That's fine. All right, Mr.
Gabay.
Gabay,
Yes.
please proceed.
Well, thank you. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Despite the late hour, and thank you very much. What you do for the community is incredible. I am here on behalf of Sonia Bay, who is requesting a variance from section 55-8 to permit a convenience store at the location of 7125 Marshall Road in Upper Darby. Now, just a procedural matter, I would indicate to you that she is now Sonia Bay, but trading as a convenience mix LLC. And I would ask respectfully to amend that application so that when the license comes in, or the permit, should you allow it, and I would later ask that you allow it, that it would indicate a trading as.
Are you the sole?
She is the sole. In fact, let me indicate to you that I'm with the law offices of Solomon, Sherman, and Gabay, and I'm here as pro bono counsel in a department that we have representing minority enterprises And we come in as pro bono counsel for those type of enterprises, and I'm here for that. It's solely, the business will be solely owned by her.
So is you're requesting to amend,
Yes,
requesting to amend the application so that the decision is issued in the name of the
I would.
LLC?
I would. I have some papers that I can hand over.
It doesn't, but if the testimony is that she's the sole member and she's represented, is there an objection from the board to amending the application? The relief is the same. I don't believe there's a notice issue. All right, we'll amend the application accordingly. Can you just make sure we have the accurate name on the record of
I
the
do.
organization?
And thank you very much. If I may approach, I'm going to give a docketing statement, which has been sent to the state.
Okay.
With the name of Convenience Mix LLC. Unfortunately, because of the problems with computers that have been plaguing in the last couple of days, everyone, or large organizations, we have not received confirmation, but we are there.
That's fine. Well,
You can put a proviso that you'll get that.
I'll most likely do it as a DBA. Is that acceptable for your purposes?
If it's okay, if we can keep it at Convenience Mix LLC with the proviso that we will supply the entire corporate proof of the
I'm
corporate
concerned about the
entity.
standing at the moment, not standing in the future.
Standing at
so-
the moment, then, if that's what you're concerned with, we could do a DBA.
That's what we'll do. We'll do a DBA.
And that's fine. Let me kindly approach.
Thank you.
And I'll.
No, it just comes to me. We'll mark it as A1. Docketing statement.
Again, it's a report that has been sent but not yet received as approved, as indicated. So let me kindly indicate to you that 7125 Marshall Road has a history of being operated as a convenience store. And in fact, to the best of our records, it operated as such between 2008 and 2014. For the last several years, it has been empty. And in fact, while he did not ask for a party status, the owner of the building is here. I'll ask him to come up here so that if in the event that the owner of the building is here. The building has been empty for about 3 years or so. He purchased it in the beginning of 2022, so it's been empty for years before even his purchase of the property. Now, what Sonia is intending to put there is a convenience store, as I indicated, and as the application indicates. Interestingly enough, it'll be ADA compliant, so that individuals who need will come in. I will tell you, and if you need to, you could probably ask or get a response from the zoning officer, Mr. Chast, that this is sort of like a little corner which was not included when they did all the redistricting in the business section. Across the street, it's entirely business. To the left, it's entirely business. Just that little corner right there. I do have a photograph of the building, which she filed it, and I was not privy to everything that she had handed up. I do have some photographs that I would like to present to you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll mark these collectively as A2.
Allowing you the opportunity to review the photographs.
I think you can continue.
Proceed? Thank you.
Yep.
So now the question is, are there convenience stores around there? The answer is that there is one convenience store about a block and a half away or two. And it is geared towards a specific kind of food. And it does not have the general mix that Sonia will have in that store. That store has a very strong Latino-based foods, whereas Sonia's going to have a great array of different foods. So there is a real need, and it'll help the welfare of the community. And I'm the third business here telling you the same thing, but I really do think that that this will serve a tremendous place for convenience and for the ability to purchase milk and dairy and different products that are immediately necessary in that area. I will also indicate to you that pretty much there's not much to add on to the fact that there is a real need. She services, she has a tremendous interest in doing this, and that building has been empty for a long time. It would be nice to see that building being used, alive, and in the community. I can only say this in my last words here, and then I'll call her to perhaps supplement anything. At about 9 o'clock, when my sugar was just about dying over here, I was outside and looking for a convenience store. And I looked to the right and to the left, and I said, "There's nothing around. Let's go back inside and beg." So I'm telling you that there's a real need, and she's the answer for it. And it's wonderful to see someone young and energetic, and she has some family that are going to help her, and they're here in the audience. And this is the kind of enterprise we want the youth and the young adolescents of this community to do right here. And she's a resident of this area. So may I proceed to call her?
Yes.
Thank you. Sonia, you'll be sworn in.
I do. Sonia, Sonya, Bay, Bey.
All right, so Sonia, you heard my words about this.
Yes.
Accepting the search for a convenience store that I said
Yes.
outside tonight. This is a serious enterprise for you, correct?
Correct.
And you've done all the studies,
Yes.
and you have researched and looked at everywhere around.
Yes.
Were the words that I represented to the board correct?
Yes, they were correct.
Okay. And you've had the opportunity to speak with the zoning officer, correct?
Yes.
And the landlord is here. You do have a lease, correct?
Yes.
And now, if I may just indicate one thing kindly, the lease that you have, which was presented and is part of the record, needs to be supplemented by the lease that I have here, which is Sonia Bay Trading as Convenience Mix LLC. So I would like the record to be complete in that regard. May I approach and give you that?
Yes.
Thank you. Sonia, final words. Do you have any words that you want to tell the board on why this is the right thing to do?
Yes. So I live in Fallcroft, but I am a resident of Delaware County. I've been in Delaware County since I'm 34. So I've been here ever since maybe about 20 years. I've always had an eye for buying. I've been to school for marketing. I have a degree in marketing. I've been to school for fashion buying. I also went to law school a little bit. Didn't finish it, but I went. So I have a lot of background with running a business and marketing a business and inventory. So I believe that I could make this work. I know it will work because there's no store in that area that will be open. I know the store maybe 2 blocks away or so closes at 6 or 7. So I would still be open, running, and like he said, I'll have different products from home goods to dairy. It's really a convenience store, just what the name is, Convenient Mix. I just want to bring convenience to the community. There's no lottery in the community, so the building is already ADA accessible. There's ramps inside and outside. There's actually no steps in the building at all, in the store at all. So it's just perfect. It's perfect. It's on the corner of a block where there is businesses both directions. There's bus stops, there's high foot traffic. I even feel like I can help kids in the community when it's time for back to school or time for like a fundraiser or some type of drive. I think I would be able to commit to that and contribute to that.
In fact, you're a mother yourself. aren't you?
And I am a mother. I have a 4-year-old. I am a mother myself, and I think that this will also help me to teach my child and, well, my children, because I have other children with my partner, 5 total. I think this will help us teach our children how to be financially stable, learn how to do books, learn how to stock, and the list goes on.
Thank you. I do have, trying to keep it short, but I do have the landlord here. I don't believe that there's a need. He's agreed, perhaps just a word or not necessary at this point, I think. There's no contest.
It's not contested. I don't know. if
Okay,
there's any-
then we'll leave that.
Leave it at
That being said, I would ask that my exhibits be accepted into the record, kindly.
Yes, does the board have any questions for the applicant?
I do. Sonia, what items will you sell? I heard you say dairy.
So home goods items, dairy items, soda, juice, candy, chips, so your junk food items, tobacco products, ice. I'm talking anything convenience that you see in a convenience store. If you need trash bags, if you need toiletries, all of that. I'm even trying to build a corner for small businesses that don't have a place to sell their products. I can even do that too. So I'm looking to just have a mix of products, prepackaged goods, just a mix of different things.
I want to ask you, when you said tobacco products, so this won't be like a smoke shop?
Definitely not a
and
smoke
convenience shop. Okay.
It probably, tobacco wouldn't even take up probably 5% in the store.
Okay. And what about renovations? Will any be necessary?
So that's the good thing about this building, nothing needs to be renovated. I just need to do shelving and put in refrigerators. There's nothing, it's an open space, it's 825 square feet. I have there's 2 entrances. There's the main entrance with the ramp inside and out, and then there's a side door, which could be the emergency exit or deliveries. That's where we'll take our deliveries. But the store is so cozy and convenient that, yeah, it's perfect.
And what will your hours be? I heard you say you will be,
Yeah,
some
so I'm
stores
looking,
closed.
I don't know if I can do this, but I'm looking to be 24 hours.
Okay. That's all I have.
But it's not a smoke shop.
And no beer, you won't be selling?
No.
Okay. I just thought I asked 24 hours.
Any other questions? Is there any public comment on this application? Sir, come forward. This is an opportunity for you to make statements in support or in opposition.
I want to support.
So you can have to come up to the podium while we sworn in. Yes, absolutely. Sir, can you just state your name?
Hi, my name is Ernest White, and I'm a
Can you-
resident.
Okay, can you raise your right hand?
Okay, we
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can give your statement.
My name is Ernest White. I'm just a resident from the area. Been here actually 30 years. My family, me. We got a daycare in the area, the Dockery's Growing Angels, and I believe she bringing a notary too. And I just went to the store the other day, and I wanted some wipes, and I only can buy cigars. It's not a smoke shop. We need a convenience store. There's nothing in the area. The gas station is way too high. It need a different breakthrough in that neighborhood. So I think she's on a great path. And I believe, like she said, she got room for other people with bright ideas, sections if there's room in the space. So I think she's on a great path, and then God willing, y'all, let her move on forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Ms. Wentz? You understand that you remain sworn from before?
Yes.
Okay.
Laura Wentz. Thank you so much for bringing a business here. I'm just curious if you're selling tobacco, if tobacco is going to be sold and you're going to be open 24 hours. Can tobacco be sold 24 hours? I don't recall. I know we just updated the that ordinance, so I just want to verify that.
So, yeah, the requirements would only be for smoke shops and what they could sell. Now, there are going to be some advertising limitations that are going to be part of this ordinance as far as you marketing some of the tobacco products. You can have them though, but it's going to be just the scale is going to be reduced and how you market them is going to be reduced as far as signage.
Great, no, thank you. And I appreciate the concept of making a space in your shop for small businesses to sell products. That's really awesome. So thank you. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you. And was there one more public comment? You're okay. All right. All right, we'll close public comment. We'll leave it for the board.
No summation. My summation would be her speech.
That's okay. Thank you.
Oh, no.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, that being said, I'd like to make a motion, ask for a motion, I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to approve. Oh,
All in favor?
aye.
All right. You'll
Congratulations.
Thank you.
receive a written decision within 45
Been
days.
a pleasure. Thank you. May we be excused?
You may.
Take care.
It was the night tonight, wasn't it? All right, so any conversations, please take them out into the hall.
Okay,
So close.
our next application, 7/7 of 24, Gregory Murray, 3888 Dennison Avenue in Drexel Hill, an R3 Residential District, Second Council District, variance, requesting a variance from section 558A to permit a multifamily building of 4 units, and B, variance to permit less than 3,000 square feet of lot area per unit.
All right, before we begin, are there any persons present who are requesting party status for this application? Seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB1 will be the application packet, ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Good evening.
Good evening. Nice to be here. Joseph Consul for the owner of the property, Murr NGU LLC. With me is Mr. Gregory Murray, the owner of the LLC.
So the property is owned by the LLC?
That's correct.
Are you the sole member of the LLC? Are you the sole member of the LLC? You and your son, but you have authority to speak on behalf of the, okay. Do you have a card?
I don't, but I did write my information down.
Okay, that works for me. Well, it's name and email, that's all I ask for. It's card, it's cardboard.
I was getting hit up for cards while I was waiting out there, so
Good for you.
maybe all that time spent wasn't for naught.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Joseph Consul here for almost good morning, 3338 Dennison Avenue, Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. This property was purchased by my client, again, Murr NGU LLC in 2023. The property had been vacant for, I'm told, up to 30 years. Prior to my client purchasing it, or prior to it being abandoned, it was a bakery on the first floor and living space on the second floor. It's a 2,562 square foot building, which sits on an 8,416 foot lot, slightly more than that. My client has since renovated the second floor into 2 units, which have been inspected by the county. They've been leased and occupied. So he's got 2 functioning units on the top floor, and he is seeking approval to use the bottom floor as 2 residential units as well. There is no commercial space anywhere near this. They're surrounded by various single family and multifamily buildings. And therefore, we don't believe that keeping a commercial space on this location on Dennison is viable or makes sense due to the character of the surrounding blocks. The change would generate 2 units that are identical to the units above. That would be 2 one-bedroom units. Actually, one of the units above is 2 bedrooms. So it would be 2 one-bedroom units on the first floor. The second floor would be 1 two-bedroom unit and 1 one-bedroom unit to stem any potential issues regarding parking. There is a minimum of 12 available spots that my client will be, making visible as part of the future renovations here. It's a large lot, and he can fit at minimum 12 cars. So we don't believe there's any issues that would impact the surrounding area in terms of parking. We don't think that a traffic study was necessary. The 4-unit building, we don't think would generate the sort of traffic that would be problematic to any neighbors or anything like that. There's not a lot I'd like to add to that. We submitted the topography showing the layout of the property and the parking area, as well as the drive aisle. And we showed a sketch of the proposed units that my client seeks to put on this first floor, converting it from a longstanding vacant bakery. With that, I'll ask Mr. Gregory Murray to adopt my testimony, or any questions prior to that. Happy to answer them.
Sure. Mr. Murray, can you step forward? Sure. It's Murray?
Yes.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Consul.
Good evening, Mr. Murray. Did you hear my testimony just now regarding your property, at your company's property at 3888 Dennison Avenue in Drexel Hill?
Yes.
Do you adopt what I said as your own?
Yes.
Do you, just to hit on one point, do you believe that there's any viability for that space to be used as a commercial space on that first floor? And what's your reasoning for that?
I just believe that the community needs more residential rental places for us. And then the parking is the off-street parking, which is huge, I believe. So we have 12 spaces in the back for the 4 units.
Thank you.
Right. Are there any board questions?
Yes, I have one for you. The lot that is adjacent, does that belong to your property as well?
Yes.
Is there any proposal for that, or do the tenants have access to that?
Not at this moment.
Okay.
We're still, we want to get the 4 units if possible. And then we were going to go, see what was available, what we could do with that lot, if anything. It's
And-
just an open lot on the corner.
And you said the second floor was a 2 and 1,
So
and
there's
the
two,
first,
there's two bedrooms on the second floor.
two bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And 2 and 1 on the first floor is what you're proposing?
The first floor will be 2 one-bedrooms.
I apologize, I misspoke.
The two on the second floor were already L&I inspected, and we have leases on those 2 on the second floor as of now, with tenants in it.
That's all I have.
What's the property currently zoned as?
R3.
So is there any amount of residential allowable by right on the ground floor?
I believe it would be, for one building, it would be 1 unit on.
The ground floor?
Yeah.
So the variance is basically from the square footage per unit?
That's correct, yes.
I guess this is question for that. I'm sorry, sir. Can you say your name again?
Gregory.
Gregory. Is there any reason that you didn't want to just do the 3 units that you can do by right?
I mean, for the property, I mean, I just think the 4 would be a perfect fit. I mean, for, for the one, for the first floor, for 2 rentals, for 1 bedroom, for 2 different families or 2 different people.
Could I chime in for a sec? I think it's the R3, right, would only allow a duplex. It
Yes.
wouldn't allow a triplex.
Correct. So we're asking for 2 above that.
So even right, putting anything below is going to require
Okay.
relief.
Right. Okay.
So even 1 or 2.
Okay. All right.
I'd submit the availability of so much parking makes it a pretty choice location to have a couple of additional 1-bedroom units, as it puts no pressure on the on-street parking.
Yeah. And I would tend to agree with that. I was trying to clarify whether you would need a variance with less density one way or another, but it seems like you would either way. So
Yeah, he could do 1 on the bottom, 1 on the top, but he already got the approval for the 2 on the top.
right. Got it. Okay. That's all.
Any other questions? You have no further witnesses, correct?
No.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this application? All right, Ms. Wentz, you remain sworn.
Yes, thank you, Laura Wentz. I do know this property and the neighborhood. It is I think that it becoming residential, becoming apartments would be conducive with the community. I'm just curious as far as that green space that's on the left, on the corner, to keep it as a green space. I'm concerned if the parking in the back is gonna to make 12 spots. I don't see the plan, so I don't know if they have to cut into that green space.
The corner's a
on the-
separate lot,
It's a separate lot, but still owned by the same person.
right, but not
Oh,
some,
so all
not
the
part of this
parking is
application.
right behind the building. Okay, great. That was my concern. So
Like that parking is existing, is my understanding. right?
already existing
Right.
behind the building. Okay.
Council?
Yes,
Okay.
You can take this with you if you
want, but
that's the top down.
Oh, okay.
There's the existing building, there's the drive aisle, and there's the parking area.
Okay, and then this is the green space.
He's not doing anything to the space, although he does own it.
Right. Thank you for keeping it a green space.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this.
Yeah, sure. Packets for everyone if you need other ones, but you already have them.
Okay, is there any other public comment? I'd like to ask for a motion.
I make a motion to approve this variance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Right,
Thank you, board.
receive a written decision within
Congratulations.
45 days.
Good morning.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And the grand finale?
Okay, 7/8 of 24. Lionel, I don't want to mess it up. So if I say Lionel B, is that okay? 216 Huntley Road, Upper Darby, PA, R3 Residential District, in the 7th Council District, a variance from section 55039C2 to permit a 6-foot-high yard fence where 4 feet is permitted.
Is there anyone present this evening requesting party status for this application? Seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibit. CHB 1 will be the application packet, CHB 2 will be the notice photos, and CHB 3 will be the proof of publication. Are you Mr. Lionel? Okay, we'll have you sworn in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. If you can describe for the board why you need to have a 6-foot-high fence in your front yard.
Okay, so first of all, about the house on July 2021. So when I was buying the property at this moment,
the fence was already there. So I didn't put the fence in, and I believe I'm living there for 3 years now. And I just received a letter asking me to remove the fence. So for me, the fence was part of the settlement of the house and it's part of the value of the house. And I believe that the final approval from the township is usually required before a home sale can close. So for me, every step has been legally followed. And I think that the township allowed the seller to sell the house as it is with a violation on it. And secondly, the fence protects me and my family from the left neighbor bushes and the flower at this part of the fence. You want to see the picture?
I think it's a Google Street View. Let me get,
No.
I think we're fine.
Okay, so removing or cutting the fence will directly put us in contact with the bushes and the flower. And I consider that it can be anything of insects, mosquitoes, flies, can be there at any time. So to finish, with sitting there with the fence on it, I feel safe. And my daughter is coming to live with us, and we probably will spend a lot of time playing in the fence, and it can prevent her from falling. So for those reasons, I would like to ask the township zoning to give me permission to keep the fence.
Does the board have any questions?
When did you say you bought the house?
July 2021.
Any other board questions?
I think you said that the fence was there when you purchased the house,
Yes,
and all the way during the process, there was no
yes, did inspection on everything.
around, and you had the house, when you buy a house in Delaware County, don't you have to go out and is that, I don't know why, I think that when you buy a house, L&I or somebody comes out to check it before you put it up for sale, before you list it?
Yeah, so they'll come out, and at this time, right, they would have come and looked at the sidewalk, see if there was any cracks or violations. Then they also would have required a sewer lateral. I'm not sure if it was implemented at that time, but, well, the sewer lateral. But they'll come out and they'll check the sidewalk and the sewer lateral.
Okay.
So whoever's doing a resale inspection isn't trained or knowledgeable of fence heights in the front yard?
That's correct.
Any other board questions? I'll let you.
Is there any public comment?
Right, seeing none.
Seeing none, I'd like to ask for a motion.
I motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
You'll receive a written notice in 45 days.
Thank you.
You stole my line.
Motion to adjourn.
She has no
Any
voice.
objection?
Any-
You're good.
Oh.
Adjourned.
If